Have you ever tried to hold water in your hands, cupping your palms together to create a small, temporary vessel, and watching as the clear liquid inevitably slips through the cracks between your fingers? The more you try to tighten your grip, the faster the water seems to escape, until your hands are empty once again, and all that remains is a fleeting dampness. This simple act, this gentle struggle, is a profound metaphor for our lives. We spend so much of our energy trying to hold on, trying to control the uncontrollable. We clench our fists around our relationships, our careers, our dreams, and our identities, believing that the force of our grip is what keeps them safe, what makes them ours. Yet, we often find ourselves exhausted, anxious, and standing with empty hands, wondering why everything we cherish feels so transient, so slippery. We live in an age of constant striving, a world that hums with the relentless pressure to do more, be more, and have more. We are told that success is a fortress to be built and defended, that happiness is a prize to be won through sheer force of will. And so we push, we pull, we plan, and we protect. We run on the hamster wheel of ambition, chasing a horizon that seems to recede with every step we take. This endless cycle of grasping and fearing loss is the source of a deep, quiet suffering, a sense of being stuck in a current that is too strong to fight. But what if there was another way? What if the secret was not to squeeze tighter, but to open our hands? There is a simple phrase, an ancient piece of wisdom that has been whispered through generations, that often gets misunderstood as a call to passive resignation. The phrase is, if it's meant for you, it will come. To the modern ear, this can sound like giving up, like a justification for inaction. But its true meaning is far from passive. It is not an invitation to sit and wait for life to happen to you. It is an invitation to participate in life in a radically different way. It is a key that unlocks the immense power of detachment, of letting go. This is not the cold, indifferent detachment of someone who doesn't care, but a warm, wise, and courageous release of our need to control every outcome. It is the wisdom taught in the quiet halls of monasteries, the insight that the Buddha discovered under the Bodhi tree. It is the understanding that true strength lies not in resisting the flow of life, but in learning to swim with its current, trusting that it will carry you exactly where you need to be. In our journey together, we will explore this profound truth. We will dismantle the architecture of our own suffering, piece by piece, and discover how the simple act of letting go can lead to a peace that cannot be shaken. A joy that is not dependent on circumstances, and a freedom that has been waiting within us all along. We will learn to open our hands, not in defeat, but in radical acceptance, and watch as the universe gently places in them everything that was truly meant for us. To begin our journey into the heart of letting go, we must first understand precisely what it is we are holding on to. We must look directly at the nature of the grip itself, this force that clenches our hearts and minds, creating tension and struggle in our lives. In the ancient language of the Buddha, this force is called upadana. The word is often translated as attachment, but its meaning is deeper, more resonant. It literally means fuel or sustenance. It is the fuel that feeds the fires of our discontent. It is not merely wanting something or enjoying something. Upadana is the act of clinging, the deep, psychological process of grabbing onto an experience, an object, a person, or an idea and identifying with it, making it a part of our very sense of self. It is the moment a simple preference becomes a desperate need. It is the moment I like this transforms into, I cannot be happy without this. Imagine a beautiful, strong tree, and now imagine a vine beginning to grow around its trunk. At first, the vine seems harmless, even decorative, but as it grows, it tightens its hold, its leaves blocking the sunlight, its roots drawing nourishment from the soil around the tree. It is no longer a separate plant coexisting with the tree. It has fused with it. Its own survival dependent on constricting the life of its host. In time, the mighty tree, which once stood free and tall, is choked, its growth stunted, its life force diminished. This is the nature of Upadana. It is the vine of clinging that we allow to wrap around our consciousness until we can no longer tell the difference between ourselves and the object of our attachment. To understand how to loosen this grip, we must first ask, why do we cling so tightly in the first place? The roots of attachment run deep into the soil of the human condition, nourished primarily by fear and a mistaken sense of identity. The first root is the primal fear of insufficiency, the pervasive feeling of not enoughness. Many of us walk through life feeling like we are fundamentally incomplete. Like a vessel with a hole in the bottom, we feel a void within, a sense of lack, and we look to the outside world to fill it. We believe that if we can just acquire that perfect relationship, that prestigious job, that beautiful home, or that certain amount of wealth, the hole will finally be patched, and we will feel whole, complete, and secure. We cling to these external things because we believe they define our worth. They become the evidence we present to ourselves and the world that we are. In fact, enough, but this is a fragile piece, for it is entirely dependent on things that are outside of our control, leading us to the second root of attachment, the fear of loss. The very moment we grasp something and say, "This is mine," the seed of anxiety is planted. The joy of having is immediately shadowed by the fear of losing. The more we value what we have, the more terrifying the prospect of its absence becomes. We live in a state of low-grade, constant vigilance, guarding our treasures, whether they are physical possessions, the affection of a loved one, or our social standing. This fear prevents us from truly enjoying what we have. It is like owning a magnificent painting but spending all your time worrying about thieves, instead of simply appreciating its beauty. The third and most subtle root is our profound need for a stable identity. We desperately want to know who we are, and in a vast and confusing universe, we construct our sense of self from the materials around us. We are like birds building a nest, weaving together twigs of achievements, branches of relationships, and leaves of beliefs to create a cohesive structure. We can call me, I am a doctor, I am a mother, I am a spiritual person, I am a victim of my past. We cling to these labels, these stories, because without them, we feel a sense of vertigo, of groundlessness. Who am I if I am not my career? Who am I if this relationship ends? Who am I if I let go of my long-held beliefs or even my long-held pain? This attachment to identity is what makes change so terrifying. An attack on our opinion feels like a personal attack on our very being, because we have fused ourselves with the idea. This is why it is so crucial to distinguish between pure, unconditional love and the constricting grip of attachment. Love, in its true form, is expansive. It is an open hand. It wishes for the well-being and happiness of the other, independent of our own needs. True love liberates. It gives the other person space to grow, to change, and to be themselves, even if it means they grow away from us. Attachment, on the other hand, is contractive. It is a clenched fist. It says, I need you to make me happy. I need you to behave in a certain way to validate my sense of security. Attachment is transactional, conditional, and rooted in fear. A parent who truly loves their child equips them with the strength and confidence to leave the nest and build their own life. A parent who is attached tries to control the child's choices to satisfy their own emotional needs, creating a gilded cage of obligation and guilt. Love is willing to feel the pain of letting go for the sake of the other's freedom. Attachment inflicts pain in order to prevent being left alone. This clinging, this upadana, creates an invisible prison around us. It is a paradox. The things we believe will bring us freedom and happiness are the very things that end up enslaving us. We become unable to move, to adapt, to flow with the natural currents of life. Because we are anchored to our possessions, our roles, and our stories, we say no to a new opportunity in a new city because we are attached to the comfort of our familiar home. We stay in a job that drains our soul because we are attached to the security of the paycheck and the identity it provides. And this attachment is not limited to things we perceive as positive. Perhaps the most perplexing form of clinging is our attachment to pain. We cling to old grievances, replaying arguments in our minds for years. We cling to past traumas, allowing them to define the entire narrative of our lives. We wrap ourselves in the identity of a victim because, in a strange way, it feels safe. The story is known. The pain is familiar. Letting go of that narrative of suffering would mean stepping into the terrifying, unknown territory of forgiveness, responsibility, and new beginnings. To let go of the pain would mean we have to answer the question, who am I without my suffering? There is a classic story from the East that illustrates this predicament perfectly. In a small village, a hunter devised a clever method for trapping monkeys. He would take a coconut, hollow it out, and cut a hole in it just large enough for a monkey's open hand to slip through. He would then put a handful of sweet rice inside the coconut and tie it securely to the base of a tree. Soon enough, a monkey, drawn by the scent, would come along. It would reach its hand inside the coconut, grasp the delicious rice, and form a fist. But now, with its fist clenched around the prize, its hand was too large to pull back through the narrow opening. The monkey would pull and shriek, growing more and more frantic. But it could not get free. The hunter would then calmly walk up and capture the trapped and terrified animal. At any moment, at any point in this struggle, all the monkey had to do to regain its freedom was to open its hand and let go of the rice. But its desire, its attachment to the prize, was so strong that it could not perform this one simple act, even when its very life was at stake. We are that monkey. The coconut is our situation in life. The sweet rice is whatever we are clinging to a relationship, a job, a belief, an old anger, a future expectation, and the approaching hunter is the ever-present reality of suffering, of change, of life's inherent unsatisfactoriness when lived in this state of clinging. Freedom is always, at every single moment, just one simple action away. Let go. Open your hand. But we pull, we struggle, we panic, convinced that our happiness, our very survival, depends on holding onto that handful of rice. We have mistaken the prize for our life. This is the iron grip of attachment. It is the fuel for our discontent, the source of our self-made prisons, and the fundamental misunderstanding of who we are and how the world works. It is the belief that security can be found by clenching our fist in a world that is fundamentally fluid and ever-changing. Now that we have examined the nature of this grip, we must ask a deeper question. What is the true nature of the rice we are holding on to? What is the fundamental quality of the world and everything in it that makes our desperate clinging not only painful, but ultimately completely futile? The answer to this lies in the great, ceaseless river that flows through all of existence, the river of impermanence. The reason our desperate grip is so futile, so exhausting, is that we are trying to hold onto the wind, to solidify a sunbeam, to build a permanent dam in the middle of a powerful, ever-flowing river. The very nature of everything we try to possess is change. This is the second great truth we must understand on our path to freedom, a concept known in the Buddha's teachings as anicca, or impermanence. Life is not a static photograph. It is a dynamic, flowing motion picture from the vast cosmic dance of galaxies being born and dying to the silent, invisible turning of the cells within our own bodies. Everything, without exception, is in a state of constant flux. You can never step into the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and you are not the same person. This is not a tragic, nihilistic pronouncement. It is not a philosophy of doom and gloom. In fact, when truly understood, anicca is one of the most liberating truths imaginable. Our culture often frames change as loss, as something to be feared and resisted. We seek stability, permanence, and security, believing these are the foundations of happiness. But this is a profound misunderstanding. Impermanence is the very law that makes life possible. It is the reason wounds can heal. A seed can become a forest, and a moment of deep sorrow can eventually give way to peace. Without impermanence, there could be no growth, no learning, no forgiveness, nor creation. The world would be a static, frozen museum, a lifeless monument to what once was. Impermanence is the pulse of the universe. the rhythm of existence itself. Freedom begins when we learn to hear this rhythm and move with it, rather than trying to dance to a beat that exists only in our minds. You do not need to read a sacred text or sit at the feet of a guru to witness this truth. You need only pay attention. Your own breath is your most intimate and constant teacher of anicca. Bring your awareness to it. Just for a moment, an in-breath is born. It swells and crests. It sustains your life for a fleeting instant, and then it dissolves, making way for the out-breath, which follows the exact same pattern of birth, life, and death. This simple, rhythmic cycle has been continuing since the moment you were born. A constant, silent sermon on the nature of arising and passing away. Now, turn your awareness inward to the sky of your mind. Notice how thoughts, feelings, and sensations behave just like clouds. One moment, a cloud of happiness drifts by, bright and full. You might try to grab it, to hold it in place, but it continues to move, changing shape, and eventually dissipating. Another moment, a dark, heavy thundercloud of anger or sadness rolls in, seeming to fill the entire sky. It feels so solid, so permanent, so all-encompassing, that we forget we are the sky and believe we are the storm. But if you simply watch, without resisting, you will notice that even the darkest storm cloud eventually runs out of rain and moves on, revealing the same clear, open sky that was there all along. Your body itself is a river of change. Science tells us that nearly every cell in your body is replaced over a period of about 7 years. You are quite literally not the same physical person you were a decade ago. We fight this process with all our might, clinging to the image of our youth, fearing the lines on our face, the grey in our hair, the slowing of our step. We suffer not because we age, but because we are attached to an idea of ourselves that is no longer true. The great suffering in our lives arises from this fundamental conflict. We are trying to build a permanent home on shifting sands. We live as if we are on solid ground, when in reality we are on a raft, floating down a great river. We desperately try to freeze-frame moments of pleasure. On a perfect summer day, surrounded by people we love, a thought arises. This is perfect. I want this to last forever. In that very instant, the seed of suffering is planted. The pure joy of the moment is tainted by the subtle, creeping fear of its inevitable end. We are no longer fully present, because a part of our mind is already mourning the future loss of the present. We are trying to capture the sunset in a jar. And in doing so, we miss the beauty of it actually setting. Conversely, when we experience pain, physical illness, emotional heartbreak, a deep disappointment, our immediate reaction is to push it away with all our strength. This shouldn't be happening. I have to get rid of this feeling, this resistance, this violent aversion to what is, creates a second layer of suffering. There is the initial, clean pain of the experience itself, and then there is the much larger, dirtier pain of our struggle against it. We exhaust ourselves, fighting a battle against reality, a battle we can never win. Our attempt to cling to the pleasant and push away the unpleasant is the primary source of the tension, anxiety, and exhaustion that defines so many of our lives. There is a beautiful story of a great Zen master who had a student that gave him an exquisite porcelain vase. It was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, and the master cherished it. He would place it in a position of honor, admire its delicate form, and speak of its beauty. His students saw this and, believing he was attached, they worried. "He loves that vase so much." They would whisper, "He will be heartbroken if anything ever happens to it." One day, a visiting student, while cleaning the master's quarters, accidentally knocked the vase off its stand. It fell to the floor and shattered into countless tiny pieces. The students who witnessed this were horrified. They froze, bracing themselves for the master's inevitable anger and grief. The master came into the room, looked calmly at the glittering fragments on the floor, and simply nodded. He turned to the terrified student who broke it and said gently, "Please get the dustpan and sweep it up." Later, his senior students approached him, full of confusion. "Master," one of them asked, "you loved that vase. We saw how much you cherished it. How can you be so calm?" The master smiled gently and replied, "I did not love it. I appreciated it. I appreciated its beauty every day. But from the very first moment I received it, I understood that it was already broken. It was made of clay. It was fragile, and its nature was to one day shatter. I enjoyed it fully while its form lasted. So why should I be surprised or upset when it simply followed its own nature?" This is the wisdom of living with Annika. It is not about ceasing to love or appreciate. It is about learning to love and appreciate things as they truly are: transient, precious, and beautiful, precisely because they will not last forever. True appreciation is born from the understanding of impermanence. When you know that this moment will never come again, you are more likely to be fully present for it. When you understand that the people in your life will not be here forever, you can love them more deeply, more purely, without the suffocating neediness of clinging. Living with impermanence is like learning to dance. You don't try to hold onto a single note of the music, because that would mean the song is over. You don't try to freeze in one perfect pose, because that would mean the dance has ended. Instead, you surrender to the rhythm. You flow from one movement to the next, fully engaged in each step, yet always ready to move on to the next. This is how we can live in the world. We engage fully. We love deeply. We work diligently, but we hold it all lightly. We learn to open our hands, to let experiences, people, and moments flow through them like water, appreciating their presence without trying to possess them. This acceptance of the universal law of change begins to loosen the roots of our attachment. We see the folly of trying to grip a river, but this raises an even more profound question. If everything is in flux, our bodies, our thoughts, our feelings, the world around us, then who exactly is this I that is trying to do the clinging? If the river is constantly changing, what is the nature of the person standing on the bank, claiming to be separate from it? To answer this, we must turn our gaze toward the most elusive attachment of all, the attachment to our very sense of self, We have journeyed into the heart of our clinging and seen how we try to grasp a world that is as fluid and unfixed as a river. We have felt the truth of anicca, impermanence, in our own breath and in the world around us. This naturally leads to the most profound and perhaps unsettling question of all. If everything is constantly changing, then who is this I that is doing the clinging? What is this self that feels the grip of attachment and the pain of loss? We spend our entire lives polishing, protecting, and promoting this entity we call me. It is the central character in our personal drama, the king of our inner kingdom, the CEO in the headquarters of our mind. We are deeply attached to this self, more so than to any external object, because we believe it is the one permanent thing in a world of change. But the wisdom of the Buddha invites us to do something radical to turn the light of inquiry back upon the inquirer, to investigate the investigator. When we do, we discover the third great truth, the doctrine of anatta, or non-self. This is perhaps the most challenging and misunderstood teaching, because it seems to threaten our very existence. But it is not a teaching of annihilation. It is the ultimate teaching of liberation. It is the key that unlocks the door of our self-made prison. To understand anatta, let us first look at how we construct this idea of a permanent self. We believe there is a solid, continuous me that exists behind our experiences, a thinker behind the thoughts, a feeler behind the feelings, an owner of our body. The Buddha, with the precision of a surgeon, analyzed this perceived self and found that it was composed of 5 interconnected, constantly changing processes, known as the 5 aggregates or skandhas. There is no self to be found outside of these 5, and none of these 5, either alone or in combination, constitutes a permanent, independent self. Imagine a car. We use the word car as a convenient label, but what is it? Really, is the wheel the car? No. Is the engine the car? No. The seats, the chassis, the steering wheel, none of these are the car. Is the car something separate from its parts? Also no. The word car is simply a conventional name we give to a collection of parts, assembled and working together in a specific way. The moment you disassemble the parts, the car vanishes. The self is much the same. The first aggregate is form, our physical body. We are so identified with it, but it is nothing more than a temporary collection of impermanent elements: flesh, bone, blood, and breath, all constantly changing, all borrowed from the earth, all destined to return to it. It is not a solid thing you own. It is a process you are experiencing. The second is feeling. These are the raw, unfiltered sensations that arise whenever our senses make contact with the world: pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. A cool breeze on the skin is pleasant. A sharp noise is unpleasant. The feeling of our clothes against our skin is neutral. These feelings arise, exist for a moment, and vanish. They are not yours in a permanent sense. They are fleeting, impersonal events in consciousness. The third aggregate is perception. This is the mind's faculty for recognizing and labeling. It puts a name to the raw feeling. It sees a collection of colors and shapes and says, tree. It feels a certain vibration in the body and labels it sadness. This too is a conditioned process, not a static entity. Our perceptions are painted by our past, our culture, and our mood. The fourth is mental formations. This is a vast category that includes all of our habits, thoughts, opinions, biases, intentions, and emotional patterns. It is the momentum of our mind. This is where we hold our identity as a liberal or a conservative, a creative person or a logical person. But these are not a solid core of who we are. They are patterns, like eddies in a river, formed by countless previous causes and conditions. They are not you, they are simply mental weather. The fifth and final aggregate is consciousness. This is not a grand, all-seeing soul or spirit. In this context, it is simply the raw faculty of awareness that arises when a sense organ and a sense object come together. Eye consciousness arises when the eye sees a shape. Ear consciousness arises when the ear hears a sound. It is not a continuous light bulb that is always on. It is more like a series of flickering sparks, dependent on conditions to arise. It is a function, not an entity. When we look honestly, this is all we find: a flowing stream of body, feelings, perceptions, mental habits, and flickering moments of awareness. There is no permanent, unchanging CEO sitting in a control room pulling the levers. The control room is empty. The self is a ghost. A classic Buddhist text recounts the meeting of a wise monk named Nagasena and the powerful Greco-Bactrian king, Menander. The king, a sharp intellectual, wanted to test the monk's wisdom. He arrived with his royal retinue and asked, "By what name are you known?" "Venerable Sir Nagasena," replied, "I am known as Nagasena, Your Majesty." But this is only a name, a designation. In ultimate reality, a permanent person cannot be found here. The king was amused and skeptical. If there is no person, he challenged, then who is it that wears these robes, who eats, who sleeps, who meditates? No person. Indeed, he then pointed to his magnificent royal chariot. Venerable Nagasena is the pole of this chariot. The chariot, no. Your Majesty. The monk replied, are the wheels, the chariot, the axle, the frame, the reins to each question? Nagasena gave the same answer, no. Your Majesty. The king, feeling he had trapped the monk, declared, then your chariot is nothing but a sound. You speak falsely. But Nagasena calmly turned the question back. Your Majesty, you are a great king. How did you arrive here today? Did you walk? No. Sire, I came by chariot. You say you came by chariot. Nagasena continued, but you have just said that the pole is not the chariot. The wheels are not the chariot. And the axle is not the chariot. Is the chariot then something else entirely, separate from all its parts? The king was forced to admit. No, venerable sir. Nagasena smiled. You have your answer. Your Majesty. Chariot is simply a convenient name, a designation we use when all the parts are assembled together. In the same way, Nagasena is a designation for this flowing combination of body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. The word is used, but the permanent entity is not there. This realization can feel terrifying at first. If there is no me, am I being annihilated? No. A river is not annihilated by being told. It is a process of flowing water instead of a static object. In fact, it is defined by its flow. We exist, but not as we think we do. We are not a noun, we are a verb. We are a process of becoming, a flowing, an experiencing, and understanding this is the key to liberation. Think of the immense energy we spend every day defending this fictional self. We are constantly managing its reputation, defending its opinions, nursing its pride, and soothing its insecurities. It is an exhausting, full-time job. When someone insults us, we feel wounded. When someone holds a different political view, we feel threatened. When we see someone else succeed, we feel the sting of envy. Envy is the feeling of a small self wanting to protect its meager territory. Pride is the feeling of an insecure self needing to inflate its own importance. Fear is the terror of a phantom self that is afraid of vanishing. When you see, truly see, that there is no solid self to defend, the very ground for these poisons evaporates. The artificial wall between me and you begins to dissolve. When I see that my own being is a process of changing aggregates, and I see that your being is also a process of changing aggregates, how can I hold on to hatred or arrogance? Your suffering and my suffering arise from the same causes. Your joy and my joy are made of the same stuff. This insight is the spontaneous birth of true compassion. The ghost of the self is the ultimate object of our attachment, the central pillar holding up the entire structure of our discontent. Seeing through this illusion does not mean we become a passive zombie. It means we become free. We are no longer burdened by the heavy, imaginary statue of me that we have been carrying on our backs our entire lives. We can finally put it down. The question that naturally follows is this: if this self is a conditioned, impermanent process, what is the force that keeps it running? What is the thirsty, restless energy that animates this ghost and sends it out into the world to grasp and cling and seek satisfaction? This powerful, driving energy is the very engine of our suffering. It is the insatiable thirst of craving, known as tanha. We have journeyed deep into the inner workings of our own mind. We have seen that we are clinging tightly to a world that is fundamentally impermanent, a world that flows and changes like a river. And we have discovered that the very self doing the clinging is not a solid, fixed entity, but a phantom, a temporary coalition of changing processes. This begs a crucial question. What powers this phantom? What is the engine that drives this ghost in the machine to constantly reach out, to grasp, to identify with things, and to suffer when they change or disappear? The answer lies in the third noble truth's diagnosis of the cause of suffering. It is a single, powerful Pali word, tanha. This is often translated as desire, but its meaning is far more specific and visceral. It means thirst. It is a deep, primal, and often feverish craving that arises from the illusion of a separate, lacking self It is the restless energy that keeps us seeking, striving, and running, convinced that our peace and happiness lie just around the corner. With the next acquisition, the next experience, or the next achievement. Now, it is essential to make a critical distinction here. For not all desire is the problem. The spiritual path is not a path of apathy or inaction. The desire to learn, the desire to help someone in need, the desire to create something beautiful, the desire to awaken and free oneself from suffering. These are wholesome and necessary. This kind of skillful aspiration is called chanda in Pali. It is the joyful will to act, an energy that expands our being and connects us to others. Thunya, on the other hand, is the unskillful, self-centered thirst that contracts our being. It is rooted in the feeling of I don't have enough. I am not enough. Chanda is the energy that inspires you to practice the piano every day out of a love for music. Tanha is the obsessive craving to become a famous pianist, to prove your worth to the world. Chanda is what motivates a scientist to seek a cure for a disease for the benefit of humanity. Tanha is the craving for a Nobel Prize to feed the ego. The path of letting go is not about extinguishing all desire. It is about wisely transforming the feverish, self-centered thirst of tanha into the clear, compassionate energy of chanda. This thirst, turnya, manifests in three primary ways. The first is the most familiar to us, kama tanha, the craving for sense pleasures. This is the thirst for our eyes to see beautiful things, for our ears to hear pleasant sounds, for our nose to smell fragrant scents, for our tongue to taste delicious flavors, and for our body to feel pleasant sensations. Our modern world is a grand temple dedicated to the worship of kama tanha. We are relentlessly bombarded with advertisements promising happiness through the next product, the next meal, the next vacation, the next entertainment. Consider the act of endlessly scrolling through a social media feed. Each new image, each short video, provides a tiny hit of stimulation, a microdose of pleasure. Yet, it never satisfies. We keep scrolling, searching for that one image, that one piece of information that will finally make us feel complete. But it never arrives. We are simply feeding the habit of seeking, strengthening the thirst itself. This is the endless chase for external stimulation to distract us from our internal emptiness. The second form of thirst is deeper and more insidious bhava tanha, the craving for existence and becoming. This is the profound thirst to be somebody, to solidify our fragile sense of self, to carve out a permanent and impressive identity in the world. It is the engine of our grandest ambitions. It is the voice that whispers, when I finally get that promotion and become a vice president, then I will be secure and respected. It is the belief that when I find the perfect partner and get married, then my life will be complete. It is the deep-seated craving for more life, more experience, more existence, and a better, more improved version of me. This thirst for becoming is what keeps us perpetually focused on the future, preventing us from ever being at peace with who and where we are right now. It subtly reinforces the delusion that our present self is inadequate, that happiness is a destination we must strive toward, rather than a state of being we can inhabit in this very moment. The third form may seem paradoxical, vibhava tanha, the craving for non-existence. This is the thirst to get rid of something, to annihilate an unpleasant experience. When we feel the sharp sting of grief, the hot flush of anger, or the dull ache of boredom, vibhava tanha is the violent urge that screams, "I don't want this. Make it stop." It is the craving for oblivion, for numbness, for escape. This thirst fuels countless addictions. The alcoholic drinks to annihilate social anxiety. The workaholic buries themselves in tasks to avoid a feeling of emptiness at home. We binge-watch entire seasons of a show to distract ourselves from the discomfort of our own minds. This craving is rooted in the belief that we can surgically remove the unpleasant parts of life while keeping the pleasant ones. In its most tragic and extreme form, vibhava tanha manifests as the desire for suicide, the ultimate craving to annihilate a self that is perceived as the source of unbearable pain. A tragic misunderstanding that fails to see that the self is a process and that mental energies, according to Buddhist thought, continue after the body's demise. The fundamental problem with tanha in all its forms is that it is inherently, structurally, doomed to fail. It can never deliver the lasting happiness it promises. Psychologists call this the hedonic treadmill. Our minds have a baseline level of happiness. When we finally get something we've been craving, a new phone, a new relationship, a public recognition, we experience a temporary spike of joy. But very quickly, we adapt. The new phone becomes just the phone. The excitement of the new relationship becomes the new normal. Our happiness level settles right back down to its previous baseline. But now, the bar has been raised. To get that same spike of pleasure again, we need something even better, even more exciting. We are trapped on a treadmill, running faster and faster just to stay in the same place, perpetually chasing a satisfaction that is always just over the horizon. The Buddha used an even more powerful metaphor. He said that trying to satisfy craving is like drinking salt water to quench thirst. Imagine you are lost at sea on a small raft, dying of dehydration. The sun is beating down, and your throat is parched. You are surrounded by an endless expanse of water. In a moment of desperation, you cup your hands and drink the salt water. For a fleeting instant, the cool liquid feels like relief, but the salt immediately enters your system, drawing more water from your cells, and your thirst becomes 100 times more agonizing. This is the perfect analogy for tanha. Each time we indulge a feverish craving, whether it's buying something we don't need, eating a whole pint of ice cream out of boredom, or lashing out in anger, we may feel a momentary sense of release. But in feeding the craving, we are strengthening the underlying habit of craving itself. We are deepening the groove in our own mind, making our fundamental, existential thirst even more powerful. In Buddhist cosmology, there is a realm inhabited by beings called pretas, or hungry ghosts. These beings are often depicted with enormous, distended bellies, representing their vast and insatiable desires. Yet they have mouths as small as the eye of a needle and throats as thin as a strand of hair, symbolizing their complete inability to ever satisfy those desires. They are perpetually tormented by hunger and thirst. A hungry ghost might stand before a rushing river of pure, clear water. But when it stoops to drink, the water bursts into flames. It might see a tree heavy with ripe, luscious fruit. But when it reaches out a hand, the fruit turns to dust and ashes. This is not a literal place. It is a state of mind. It is the state of mind of Tanha. We are the hungry ghosts, the abundant feast of life, the simple joy of a single breath, the beauty of a passing cloud, the warmth of a quiet moment is all around us. But our very act of grasping, our feverish need to get something from the moment, turns the water to fire. We are so busy craving happiness that we are unable to receive the simple contentment that is already here. This thirst, this tanha, is the relentless engine driving the ghost of the self on its futile quest. It is the fuel of upadana, of our clinging. It keeps us chained to the wheel of becoming and passing away. So now, the picture becomes clear. We have examined the key components of our predicament. We have the iron grip of attachment, our clinging to things in a mistaken belief they will make us happy. We have the universal reality of the impermanent world, a flowing river that cannot be held. We have the non-self, the phantom in the machine that is doing the clinging, and now we have the engine driving it all, the insatiable, feverish thirst of craving. When we assemble these four pieces, we see for the first time a complete blueprint of our suffering. We see the very architecture of what the Buddha called dukkha. We have now walked through the foundational chambers of our own experience. We have felt the constricting force of attachment, the powerful current of the river of impermanence, the disorienting emptiness where we expected to find a solid self, and the feverish, driving thirst of craving. We have gathered all the necessary components. Now, it is time to assemble them. It is time to step back and look at the complete blueprint, to understand the very architecture of our own discontent. The name for this structure, the final result of all these interacting forces, is the Pali word dukkha. This word is most often translated as suffering, but this single English word is too heavy, too dramatic, and ultimately too narrow to capture its profound and subtle meaning. While dukkha certainly includes the pain and agony we call suffering, it extends much further. It is the pervasive sense of unsatisfactoriness that hums in the background of our lives. It is the inherent friction between our desires and the way things actually are. It is the feeling of being fundamentally ill at ease, the subtle stress of being a fragile human being in a world of constant change. It is the quiet disappointment that even when things are good, something is still not quite right. Dukkha is the recognition that the very nature of a conditioned existence, when viewed through the lens of ignorance and craving, is fundamentally out of joint. To understand this architecture fully, we must see that it is built on three distinct levels, each one deeper and more subtle than the last. The first level is the most obvious dukkha, which can be translated as the suffering of suffering, or ordinary pain. This is the raw, undeniable hardship of life that no one is immune to. It is the pain of the body sickness, injury, the fatigue of old age, and the finality of death. It is the pain of the mind, the grief of losing a loved one, the sting of rejection, the anxiety of uncertainty, the despair of depression. This is the pain that makes us human, the kind of suffering that is plain to see and easy to name. It is the sharp, visceral pain that life can inflict upon us at any moment. The second level is more subtle, viparinama dukkha, the suffering of change. This form of dukkha arises directly from the truth of impermanence. Anicca. It is the suffering inherent in the fact that our happy moments do not last. We go on a wonderful vacation, but eventually we have to go home. We fall in love, and the initial bliss evolves into something different, sometimes fading altogether. We enjoy a delicious meal, but the pleasure ends with the last bite. This is the source of a deep, underlying anxiety. Our happiness itself becomes a source of stress because we know it is fragile and temporary. We cannot fully relax into our joy because a part of us is already bracing for its departure. It is the bittersweet pain of a cherished memory, the sadness that comes from knowing that the past is gone forever. It is the suffering of clutching a beautiful soap bubble, knowing that at any moment it will pop. Everything we cling to for happiness will, by its very nature, change, and our resistance to this truth is a constant, low-grade source of dukkha. The third level is the most profound and all-encompassing sankhara dukkha, the suffering of conditioned existence. This is the background radiation of anxiety that comes from the inherent instability of our very being. As we saw, the self is not a solid thing, but a composite of 5 ever-changing aggregates, or sankharas. This form of dukkha is the stress of being a constructed entity. It's the deep, existential unease that comes from being a temporary assembly of physical and mental parts, driven by causes and conditions we don't fully control. It's the inherent unreliability of life itself. Even in moments when we are not experiencing obvious pain or the loss of something pleasant, there can be a quiet sense of groundlessness, a feeling that our life is a fragile house of cards that could collapse at any moment. It is the stress of having to uphold and defend an identity that is ultimately an illusion. This is the deepest friction of all, the fundamental unsatisfactoriness of being trapped in a cycle of conditioned, arising and passing away, powered by a thirst we don't understand. The Buddha, in his infinite compassion and wisdom, offered a powerful parable to illustrate how we can work with this reality. He asked his monks, "If a person is struck by an arrow, is it painful?" They replied, "Yes, Lord, it is painful." He then said, "And if that person is then struck by a second arrow in the very same spot, is it not doubly painful?" "Yes, Lord," they said, "it is doubly painful." The Buddha then explained, in life, we cannot always avoid the first arrow. The first arrow is the unavoidable pain of existence, dukkha dukkha and viparinama dukkha. Sickness, loss, old age, death, and unwanted change are the first arrows that life shoots at us. They are a part of the human condition. But, he continued, a wise person does not shoot themselves with a second arrow. The second arrow is our mental reaction to the first. It is the arrow of anger, of resentment, of self-pity, of blame. It is the story we tell ourselves about the first arrow. It is the voice that screams, "Why me? This shouldn't be happening. I can't stand this. It's unfair." The pain of the first arrow is inevitable, but the suffering of the second arrow is optional. It is entirely self-inflicted. Our practice is not about developing an invulnerable shield against all of life's first arrows. It is about developing the wisdom and compassion to stop shooting ourselves with the second, third, and fourth arrows of our own reactivity. Our freedom lies in how we respond to the inevitable pain of life. This entire framework, this diagnosis of the human condition, is encapsulated in the Buddha's first and most famous teaching, the Four Noble Truths. These are not presented as dogmas to be believed, but as pragmatic, verifiable truths to be realized. The Buddha is often called the Great Physician, and these four truths follow the classic medical model of his time. The first noble truth is the truth of dukkha. This is the doctor's diagnosis. You are experiencing a fundamental state of dis-ease. It is a courageous and honest acknowledgement of our condition, without blame or judgment. The second noble truth is the truth of the origin of dukkha. This is the doctor identifying the cause of the illness. Your dis-ease is caused by tanha, by this feverish thirst and clinging, which is rooted in ignorance of how things are. The third noble truth is the truth of the cessation of dukkha. This is the doctor's hopeful prognosis. I have good news. Your condition is treatable. A complete cure, a state of perfect health and well-being, is possible. This state of cessation is known as nirvana. And finally, the fourth noble truth is the truth of the path to the cessation of dukkha. This is the doctor handing us the prescription. If you follow this course of treatment diligently, you will realize the cure for yourself. This course of treatment is the Noble Eightfold Path. So, here we stand, with the complete blueprint in our hands. We can see the entire structure of our suffering, not as a random, cruel design, but as a predictable outcome of specific causes and conditions. We are not helpless victims in a meaningless universe. We are participants in a system of cause and effect that, once understood, can be transformed. Our discontent is not a punishment. It is a symptom. Our anxiety is not a personal failing. It is a message. The architecture of suffering, once seen clearly, reveals the doorways to freedom. We have stared, without fear, at the nature of our collective illness. We have seen its cause. We know that a cure is possible. The only question that remains is, are we willing to take the medicine? And so, our journey now shifts from diagnosis to treatment. We turn from looking at the problem to engaging with the solution. We begin to walk the path, and that path begins, as all true healing does, not with a blind leap of faith, but with the simple, powerful act of seeing things clearly. It begins with what the Buddha called right understanding. We have stood at the edge of the abyss, looked unflinchingly at the architecture of our own suffering, and received the most hopeful news imaginable. There is a way out. A path exists that leads from the tangled jungle of our confusion to the clear, open plains of freedom. This path, the prescription given by the Great Physician, is the Noble Eightfold Path. It is a complete design for living, a holistic curriculum for the heart and mind. And like any great journey, it begins with a single, crucial first step. This first step is not an action, but a clarification of vision. It is the foundation upon which the entire structure of liberation is built. It is called Samadhi in the ancient Pali language, which translates to right understanding or right view. Before we can walk the path, we must be able to see it. We need a map to know the terrain and a compass to know the direction. Right understanding is both that map and that compass. It is the faculty of seeing things not as we wish they were, not as we fear they might be, not as we have been conditioned to see them, but as they truly are. It is absolutely crucial to understand that right understanding does not mean adopting a new set of beliefs or dogmas. The Buddha was not interested in blind faith. The path is not about trading one set of comforting stories for another. The word ditthi simply means view or perspective. The word sama means right in the sense of being correct, skillful, and aligned with reality. Therefore, right understanding is the cultivation of a skillful perspective, a way of seeing the world that cuts through illusion and leads to liberation. Imagine you are looking at a beautiful landscape through a window. If the glass is warped, smeared with dirt, and colored by a dark tint, the world you see will appear distorted, ugly, and menacing. You might make all sorts of flawed decisions based on this distorted view. The practice of the path is not about being told what the landscape looks like from someone with a clean window. It is the very process of cleaning your own window, of patiently removing the grime of ignorance, the tint of aversion, and the smudges of greed, so that you can see the landscape for yourself in all its clarity. So what, precisely, is the content of this clear vision? What does a person with right understanding actually see? They see, with a depth that goes beyond mere intellectual agreement, the very truths we have been exploring. They understand the Four Noble Truths not as a theory, but as a living reality. They see the pervasiveness of dukkha, the deep unsatisfactoriness that comes from clinging. They see its cause in the feverish thirst of tanha. They see the possibility of its cessation, nirvana, and they see the path that leads there. They have internalized the truth of anicca, impermanence. They no longer fight the river of change, but see it as the very nature of existence. They understand anatta, non-self. They see through the illusion of a separate, solid I and recognize themselves as a flowing, interconnected process. And, most critically for our journey, they understand the law of karma, or karma, the universal law of cause and effect, as it relates to our intentional actions. They understand that our thoughts, words, and deeds are seeds, and that our present experience is the fruit of seeds we have planted in the past, just as our future will be shaped by the seeds we are planting right now. There is a simple story that illuminates the power of right understanding. Imagine a traveler who must make their way along a treacherous mountain road at night. The sky is moonless, and thick clouds obscure the stars. Their vision is limited to a few feet in front of them. As they walk, they constantly stumble over rocks they did not see, their heart pounding with fear. They see a long, coiled shape on the path and jump back in terror, convinced it is a deadly snake, only to discover hours later it was merely a piece of rope. They mistake a bush for a lurking animal, a gust of wind for a threatening whisper. Their journey is one of continuous anxiety, pain, and confusion, because they are operating with a wrong view, a view obscured by darkness. This is a life lived in ignorance. Now, imagine the first light of dawn, slowly, imperceptibly at first. A grey light begins to infuse the sky. The darkness recedes. The outlines of the mountains, the trees, and the path itself begin to emerge. As the sun climbs higher, it bathes the entire landscape in a clear, warm light. The traveler can now see the path stretching out before them. They can see the rocks and easily step over them. They see the coiled rope for what it is, just a rope. The cliff edge is clearly visible and can be safely navigated. The fear and confusion dissolve, replaced by a calm confidence. The sunrise did not remove the obstacles from the path. The rocks are still there. The cliff is still there. But the light has transformed the traveler's relationship to them. This sunrise is right understanding. It is the light of wisdom that illuminates the terrain of our lives, allowing us to navigate its challenges skillfully, without creating unnecessary suffering for ourselves. Without this light, we are almost certain to fall into one of two deep ditches that run along either side of the path. The first ditch is the wrong view of eternalism or fatalism. This is the belief that everything is predetermined, that our lives are scripted by fate or a divine being. This view leads to passivity. If everything is already written, why bother making an effort? Why try to be kind or cultivate wisdom? This is the view that says, it doesn't matter what I do. The second ditch is the wrong view of nihilism or annihilationism. This is the belief that nothing matters because life is meaningless and there are no consequences for our actions. When we die, we are simply extinguished. This view can lead to a desperate hedonism and a complete lack of ethical grounding. If nothing matters, why not just indulge every selfish impulse? Why not harm others for my own gain? Right understanding is the middle way that skillfully avoids both these ditches. It affirms that our actions have consequences, so it is not nihilism, but it denies that our future is rigidly predetermined, so it is not fatalism. It places the power and the responsibility for our lives squarely in our own hands. It is this clear seeing that acts as the seed for the entire rest of the path. Because you have right understanding, you naturally develop right intention, the intention to renounce clinging, to extend goodwill, and to cause no harm. Guided by this wholesome intention, you naturally begin to practice right speech, right action, and right livelihood, aligning the way you communicate, act, and earn a living with your deepest values. In order to accomplish this, you must train your mind, which you do through right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Each step of the path informs and supports all the others, but they all sprout from the single seed of right understanding. It is like building a house. Right understanding is the architect's blueprint. Without a clear and correct plan, all the efforts of the builders will be wasted, resulting in a crooked, unstable structure destined to collapse. So, right, understanding is not a passive acceptance of a belief. It is the active cultivation of a wise perspective. It is the compass that keeps us oriented toward freedom. It is the wisdom that patiently cleans the lens of the mind until we can see our own experience with startling clarity. And a central part of that clarity is the profound recognition of the law of cause and effect in our own lives. This law of karma is the key to unlocking the paradox of our theme. It is the principle that bridges the gap between effort and surrender, between doing and being, to truly grasp the power behind the phrase, "If it's meant for you, it will come." We must first look deeply into how our own intentions shape our reality. How does this universal law truly function? Not as a system of reward and punishment from on high, but as an intimate, impersonal law of nature, like gravity, that governs the harvest of our own hearts, of all the ideas that have journeyed from the east to the west. Perhaps none is more famous and more profoundly misunderstood than the concept of karma. The word has seeped into our common vocabulary, often used to mean fate, destiny, or some kind of cosmic scoreboard that doles out punishments and rewards. We hear it after a misfortune, "I guess it's just my bad karma," or as a threat of cosmic retribution. Don't worry, karma will get them. These popular notions, while hinting at a deeper truth, often paint a picture of a disempowering, fatalistic universe where we are merely puppets, living out a script that has already been written. To truly walk the path of liberation, we must strip away these layers of misconception and see karma for what it truly is, not a system of control, but the very law of our own freedom. Karma, or kama in the original Pali, is not fate. It is not cosmic justice. It is something far more intimate, practical, and powerful. It is the natural law of cause and effect as it applies to our volitional actions. It is a law as impersonal and reliable as gravity. When you hold an apple in your hand and release your grip, it falls to the ground. That is the law of gravity. In the same way, when you act with a specific intention in your mind, that action plants a seed which will, under the right conditions, ripen into a corresponding experience. The absolute heart of this teaching, the key that unlocks its liberating power, lies in a single word, satana, which means intention or volition. The Buddha made this crystal clear when he said, "It is intention, O monks, that I call karma." Having intended, one acts through body, speech, and mind. This is a revolutionary statement. It tells us that the moral and spiritual weight of an action is determined not by the external act itself, and not even by the result of the act, but by the quality of the intention that motivated it. Imagine a surgeon holding a scalpel. She makes an incision into a person's body, causing blood and pain. Now imagine a mugger on a dark street. He also wields a sharp blade and cuts a person, causing blood and pain. The physical actions are superficially similar, but the karmic seeds planted are worlds apart. The surgeon acts with a clear intention to heal, an intention rooted in compassion and care. The mugger acts with an intention to harm and to take, an intention rooted in greed and aggression. The energy of the intention is the seed. This shifts the entire focus of our spiritual life from trying to control the world outside to purifying the world inside. It is not about policing our every action, but about becoming intimately aware of the motivations that drive us. To bring this down to earth, let us consider the metaphor of a wise farmer. The farmer knows that she does not have absolute control over the harvest. She cannot control the weather. There may be a drought or a flood. She cannot control the sunshine or the presence of pests. She cannot stand in the field and command the seeds to sprout or the fruit to ripen on her schedule. If she were to fixate on these uncontrollable outcomes, her life would be a misery of anxiety and frustration. But the wise farmer does not do this. She intelligently focuses her energy on the things she can control. She can choose the highest quality seeds. These are our wholesome intentions. She can diligently prepare the soil, removing rocks and weeds. This is the practice of calming the mind and abandoning unwholesome habits. She can plant the seeds at the right depth and with the right spacing. This is skillful action in the world. She can water the fields and provide nourishment. This is the nurturing of our good qualities through steady practice. The farmer's work is to focus entirely on this process of skillful cultivation. Having done her work with diligence and care, she then lets go. She trusts in the natural process. She knows that if she has prepared the soil well and planted good seeds, the harvest will come in its own time and in its own way. This is how we must understand the phrase, "If it's meant for you, it will come." This is not a call for the farmer to sit on her porch and wait for a magical harvest to appear in an untended field. That is the wrong view of karma as fate, and it leads only to poverty and regret. Rather, it is an instruction for a life of wise participation. It means devote yourself to becoming a skillful farmer of your own mind. Focus all your energy on the quality of the seeds you are planting in this very moment. Plant seeds of kindness, generosity, patience, and understanding. Water them with your attention. Protect them from the weeds of anger, jealousy, and fear. Having done your part with all the skill and sincerity you can muster, release your anxious grip on the outcome. Trust the process. The results, the harvest that is meant for you, will be the natural fruition of the causes you yourself have created. It transforms our central theme from a statement of passivity into the ultimate statement of empowerment and trust. The focus shifts from anxiously trying to grab the fruit to lovingly tending the seed. It's also important to understand that karma is not a simple, linear vending machine. You don't put in one good deed and immediately get one good result. The garden of our mind is complex. The final harvest depends on many factors: the quality of the new seed we are planting, but also the condition of the soil, which is the legacy of all our past actions. Some seeds we plant ripen very quickly. Others may lie dormant for a very long time, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. We are, at every moment, living in a complex web of ripening karma. We are experiencing the fruit of seeds planted yesterday, last year, and in a past that we can't even remember, all while planting new seeds that will shape our tomorrows. This explains why life can sometimes seem unfair. We see kind people facing immense hardship and cruel people seemingly prospering. We are not seeing the whole picture. We are only seeing a snapshot of an infinitely complex and ongoing process of sowing and reaping. But this complexity does not change the fundamental task. The only place we have any power, the only time we can ever plant a seed, is right now. This very moment is a precious opportunity to introduce a cause of future happiness for ourselves and others. Every choice to be patient instead of angry, to be generous instead of stingy, to listen instead of interrupting, is a beautiful seed planted in the soil of our own heart. When we truly begin to live with this understanding, it is profoundly liberating. We are freed from the paralyzing mindset of being a victim. We are not being punished by some external force. We are simply inheriting the results of our own previous choices. This means that we are not doomed to repeat the past. We are the creators of our future. We are freed from the useless anxiety of trying to control every outcome. Our job is not to manage the universe. Our job is to manage our own intention, and we are given a clear and pragmatic ethical compass. The path to well-being is not about obeying a set of divine commandments for fear of punishment. It is about understanding, through our own experience, that actions rooted in greed, hatred, and delusion lead directly to suffering for ourselves and others, while actions rooted in generosity, loving kindness, and wisdom lead directly to peace. Karma, then, is the law that governs the garden of our mind. Understanding it correctly, we take back our creative power from the imaginary hands of fate and place it where it has always been, in the quality of our attention and intention in this present moment. We learn to be patient, skillful gardeners of our own lives. This wise, patient, and engaged approach guides us away from the extremes. It teaches us that we do not have to choose between a life of defeated resignation and a life of frantic, exhausting striving. It reveals that there is a path that walks serenely between these two deep ditches. This path of elegant balance, of dynamic harmony between effort and surrender, is the very heart of the Buddha's teaching. It is known as the middle way. Our exploration of karma has revealed a profound truth. We are the farmers of our own reality, empowered to plant seeds of goodness in every moment. This understanding saves us from the twin pitfalls of passive fatalism on one side, and anxious, desperate striving on the other. It points us toward a path that is not about extremes, but about skillful, wise participation in life. This path of elegant balance, which avoids the deep ditches of all or nothing, is the very signature of the Buddha's teaching. It is called the middle way, and it is perhaps the most practical and compassionate principle for navigating the complexities of our human existence. The discovery of this path was, in fact, the turning point of the Buddha's own quest for enlightenment. His life story is a perfect illustration of the two extremes he ultimately rejected. Born a prince, the young Siddhartha was shielded from all forms of suffering and surrounded by every imaginable sensual pleasure. He had beautiful palaces for every season, the finest silks, the most delicious foods, and constant entertainment. He lived a life of complete indulgence, the highest peak of worldly happiness. Yet, he found that this life, for all its pleasure, did not lead to lasting peace. It produced a subtle dullness of mind, a sense of being trapped in a gilded cage, and a gnawing feeling that there must be something more to life than the endless chase for the next fleeting pleasure. This was the extreme of sensual indulgence. So, he left the palace and embarked on a spiritual quest. And in the custom of his time, he threw himself into the opposite extreme. He became a hardcore ascetic, believing that he could find liberation by punishing and conquering his body. He practiced holding his breath until he felt excruciating pain. He slept on beds of thorns, and most famously, he starved himself until his ribs protruded like the rafters of a dilapidated shed, and his spine could be felt through the thin skin of his stomach. He pushed his body and mind to the absolute limit of self-mortification. Yet, after 6 long years of this heroic struggle, he was no closer to enlightenment. He was simply weakened. His mind too exhausted to think clearly. This was the extreme of self-torment. Sitting by the Neranjara River, emaciated and discouraged, he had a profound insight. He realized that both paths were failures. The path of indulgence had weakened his mind through distraction, and the path of asceticism had weakened it through pain. Neither path provided the clarity and balance necessary for deep wisdom. He remembered a moment from his childhood, sitting peacefully under a rose apple tree, experiencing a natural state of meditative joy. He realized then that the way forward was not through punishment or pleasure-seeking, but through a balanced nourishment of both body and mind. It was this realization, the middle way, that gave him the strength and clarity to finally sit beneath the Bodhi tree and awaken. This middle way is the central principle that guides our practice of detachment. So often, when people hear the word detachment, they imagine the cold, withdrawn extreme of the ascetic. They think it means building a wall around your heart, becoming indifferent to the joys and sorrows of the world, and escaping from the messiness of human relationships. This is a complete misunderstanding. The middle way teaches us that true detachment is the balanced path between two unhealthy states. On one side is the feverish, anxious clinging of attachment, and on the other is the cold, fearful wall of indifference. Detachment is not about ceasing to feel. It's about learning to hold our feelings with wisdom and compassion. It is warm-hearted, engaged, and fully present participation in life, free from the neurotic need to control outcomes. There is a beautiful story that perfectly illustrates this principle of balance. One of the Buddha's monks, Namad Sona Kolevisa, was renowned for his diligence. He had been raised in a wealthy family, so delicately that it was said hairs grew on the soles of his feet. After becoming a monk, he put forth a tremendous, almost violent effort in his meditation. He practiced walking meditation day and night, so relentlessly that his delicate feet split open and bled, staining the monastery grounds with his blood. Yet, for all his heroic effort, his mind remained full of turmoil, and he made no spiritual progress. He became deeply discouraged, thinking to himself, "I have given up so much. I have tried so hard, and yet I have gained nothing. Perhaps this path is not for me. I should return to my wealthy home and simply enjoy my life." The Buddha, with his psychic powers, knew Sona's thoughts and appeared before him. He did not immediately give a lecture on meditation. Instead, he asked a question tailored to Sona's past experience. "Sona," he began gently, Is it true that before you became a monk, you were skilled in playing the veena, the lute sona? Surprised, confirmed that he was, the Buddha then asked, "Tell me, Sona, what happened when the strings of your lute were tuned too tightly?" Sona replied, "Venerable sir, when the strings were too tight, they would snap and the instrument would produce no music." And what happened? The Buddha continued, "When the strings were tuned too loosely, sir, when the strings were too loose, they were slack and lifeless, and the instrument would produce no music." The Buddha then asked the final, crucial question, "And when, Sona, did your lute produce a beautiful, harmonious, and playable sound?" Sona answered, "Only, venerable sir, when the strings were not too tight and not too loose, but were tuned to a perfect, even pitch." The Buddha smiled. "In the very same way, Sona, energy that is too strained and effort that is too forceful leads to restlessness and agitation, and energy that is too slack and effort that is too weak leads to laziness and dullness. Therefore, Sona, resolve to tune your energy, find the balance. Do not over-tighten the strings of your mind, nor let them go slack. Find the middle way, and you will find the freedom you seek." This timeless advice is the key to applying these teachings in our complex modern lives. Consider our relationship with work. One extreme is laziness, procrastination, and a lack of discipline. The other extreme, so glorified in our culture, is hustle culture, the asceticism of the modern professional. It is the belief that we must work ourselves to the point of burnout, sacrificing our health, our relationships, and our peace of mind on the altar of success. The middle way is right livelihood and right effort. It is working diligently, with focus and integrity, while also respecting the body's need for rest and the mind's need for replenishment. It is being a skillful farmer who knows when to sow and when to let the field lie fallow. Consider our relationships. The extreme of indulgence is a needy, possessive clinging, where we see our partner as a source of our own happiness and try to control them. The extreme of asceticism is a fearful withdrawal from intimacy, building a fortress around our heart to avoid being hurt. The middle way is to love fully, openly, and with great warmth, while simultaneously granting the other person their complete freedom. It is the courage to connect deeply without the need to possess. Consider our emotional lives. The indulgent extreme is to be completely hijacked by our feelings, drowning in every wave of sorrow, exploding with every spark of anger. The ascetic extreme is to suppress our emotions, to deny our vulnerability, creating a rigid inner landscape. The middle way is to allow our feelings to arise, to hold them with mindful, compassionate attention, learning from them without being ruled by them. We feel them fully, and we let them pass. The middle way is not a static point, but a dynamic, ever-adjusting equilibrium. It is the art of constantly tuning the instrument of our mind and body. The practice requires continuous, gentle awareness. Am I becoming too tense, too driven, too critical? It is time to loosen the strings. Am I becoming too lazy? Too complacent? Too dull? It is time to gently tighten them. The middle way is the path of profound sanity. It frees us from the violent, black or white thinking that causes so much suffering. Freedom is found not in a war against ourselves, nor in a surrender to our every whim, but in the wise, graceful, and balanced art of living. This practice of finding balance, of avoiding conceptual extremes, prepares our mind to glimpse a truth about reality that is deeper and more subtle than our ordinary dualistic thinking can comprehend. It opens the door to seeing the world not as a collection of solid, separate objects, but as a shimmering, interdependent web of relationships. This radical perspective, which transcends our simple ideas of is and is not, is the gateway to the profound wisdom of emptiness, or sunyata. We have walked the middle way, finding our balance on the razor's edge between the extremes of indulgence and denial, of grasping and aversion. This path of profound sanity stills the wild fluctuations of the mind, preparing it for a vision of reality that transcends our ordinary, rigid categories. It allows us to look beyond the surface of things, to question the very nature of existence itself. We have been examining the objects of our attachment, the relationships, the possessions, the identities we cling to. Now, we must ask a deeper question. What is the fundamental nature of these objects? When we look with a truly clear and quiet mind, what do we see? This inquiry leads us to the very heart of Mahayana Buddhist wisdom, to a concept that is at once startlingly simple and boundlessly profound. It is the concept of sunyata, most often translated as emptiness. But before we proceed, we must handle this word with great care. To the Western ear, emptiness often sounds like a negative, a void, a chilling nothingness. It conjures images of a meaningless, desolate universe. But in its true context, sunyata is the opposite of this. It is not a doctrine of nihilism. It is the ultimate affirmation of life's miraculous, interconnected dance. It is the very secret of freedom. To understand emptiness, let us begin not with philosophy, but with something simple and beautiful. Imagine holding a single flower in your hand. Let us look deeply at this flower. What is it made of? We see the delicate petals, the stem, the leaves. But is that all? If we look with the eyes of wisdom, we see that the flower is made of things that, on the surface, are a non-flower elements. First, we can see the sunshine without the sun, its warmth and light. The flower could never have grown, so the sun is inside the flower. When we touch the flower, we are touching the sun. Next, we can see a cloud. The cloud is not in the sky above, it is right here, in the flower. Without the rain that came from the cloud, the flower would have withered and died. So the cloud is an essential part of the flower's existence. Looking deeper still, we see the earth. We see the minerals, the nutrients, the rich soil that nourished the seed and gave the flower its structure and color. The entire planet is present in this one small blossom, and we see the farmer who planted the seed, the hands that tended the soil. We see the farmer's parents and their parents, stretching back through generations. We see the entire web of human history that made the farmer's life possible. We see the iron that made the farmer's tools, which came from a star that exploded billions of years ago. When we truly look, we see that this single, fragile flower contains the entire cosmos. It is full of everything. It is a meeting point for the whole of reality. Now, let us ask a different question. What is this flower empty of? It is empty of one thing, and one thing only: a separate, independent existence. There is no part of the flower that is just flower. If we were to take away the sunshine, the cloud, the earth, the farmer, all the non-flower elements, there would be nothing left. The flower cannot exist by itself. Its entire being is dependent on everything else. To be, it must interbe with the rest of the universe. This is the meaning of emptiness. Everything is empty of a separate self. It is not a void. It is a profound fullness, a radical interdependence. The Christian mystic Thomas Merton, in conversation with the great Zen master D.T. Suzuki, understood this perfectly, calling it a rich poverty or a fertile void. This same truth applies to everything, including ourselves. We cherish the idea of a solid, separate me, but when we look deeply, using the same vision we applied to the flower, what do we find? We see that our physical body is made of non-us elements: the food we have eaten, the water we have drunk, the air we are breathing at this very moment. We are made of sunshine, earth, and clouds. Our thoughts are not truly ours. They have come from our parents, our teachers, the books we have read, the conversations we have had, the culture we inhabit. Our feelings are conditioned by our interactions with others. Take away all these non-us elements, and what is left of us, like the flower? We are empty of a separate self. We are a temporary, beautiful convergence of the entire universe. We are not an island. We are a wave in the great ocean of being. A wave rises from the ocean, takes on a form for a short time, and then returns to the ocean. Is the wave separate from the ocean? No. It is water. Through and through, it is a temporary manifestation of the ocean. To think of itself as a separate, lonely wave, afraid of crashing on the shore, is the source of all its anxiety. When it realizes its true nature is water, its fear of death vanishes. It is, and always has been, the ocean itself. This understanding is the ultimate destroyer of attachment. Why do we cling so desperately? Because we perceive the world as being full of solid, separate things, and ourself as another solid, separate thing that needs to acquire them to be happy. But Sunyata reveals this to be a profound illusion. How can you possess something that has no separate existence? How can a wave possess another wave? How can one convergence of cosmic conditions own another? The very idea becomes a logical absurdity. The ground for grasping simply dissolves. You cannot hold the sunshine in your fist, yet you can feel its warmth on your skin. You cannot own the river, but you can drink its water. When we see the empty, interconnected nature of reality, our relationship to the world shifts from one of possession to one of participation. We cease to be hungry ghosts trying to consume the world, and instead become graceful dancers moving in harmony with it. This is why, in the deepest teachings, wisdom prajna and compassion karuna are said to be two wings of the same bird. They are inseparable. The moment we see through the illusion of the separate self, the artificial boundary between me and you becomes transparent. My suffering is no longer just my problem. Your joy is no longer something separate from my joy. We are woven from the same cosmic fabric. To harm you is, in a very real sense, to harm myself. To bring you happiness is to bring happiness to the whole. Compassion is not a moral duty we have to force upon ourselves. It is the spontaneous, natural response of a heart that has woken up to its true, interconnected nature. This is the freedom of the empty hand. Our hands are not empty because they are destitute. They are empty so that they may hold the entire universe. As long as our fist is clenched around the small pebble of our ego, we cannot receive the boundless gifts that life is offering. Sunyata is the invitation to finally unclench that fist. It is the realization that we are not the lonely, struggling monkey with its hand trapped in the coconut, clinging to a pitiful handful of rice. We are the entire forest. We are the tree, the wind, the sky. There is nothing to grasp and nothing to lose. This is the deepest, most profound letting go. It is not just letting go of a desire or an object. It is letting go of the very conceptual framework that makes clinging possible. But to walk this path, to face a truth so radical that it dissolves the very ground beneath our feet, requires more than intellectual assent. It requires a quality of heart that can look into this fertile void without fear. It requires a deep and abiding trust, not in a dogma, but in the path itself and in our own potential to awaken. This gentle, confident, and courageous trust is known as sada, or faith. We have ventured into the very heart of wisdom, exploring the profound and liberating truth of sunyata, of emptiness. We have seen that the world and our very selves are not made of solid, separate things, but are part of a shimmering, interconnected dance of existence. To look into this truth can feel like looking into a vast, open sky. It is freeing, but it can also be disorienting. It challenges the very foundations of who we think we are. What, then, gives us the courage to take this leap? What allows us to loosen our grip on the familiar shores of our identity and trust ourselves to the great ocean of being, the quality of heart that makes this possible? The energy that fuels our journey is known as sada. Like the word karma, sada is often translated with a single English word that can be misleading. That word is faith. In the West, faith is often associated with blind belief, with an unquestioning acceptance of a dogma or creed, sometimes even in the absence of evidence. But sada in the Buddhist context is something entirely different. It is not a blind leap, but a courageous and intelligent step. It is better understood as confidence, conviction, or trust. It is the confidence a scientist has in a promising hypothesis, which gives them the motivation to conduct the experiments, to verify it. It is an active, dynamic, and verifiable trust that blossoms into certainty through direct experience. Imagine you have been suffering from a mysterious illness for years. You have been to many specialists, but no one has been able to help. Finally, you meet a renowned physician who, after listening to you carefully, gives you a clear diagnosis. She explains the cause of your illness and lays out a detailed course of treatment. At this point, you don't know for certain that she is right, but you feel a sense of confidence. Her diagnosis makes sense. Her demeanor is trustworthy, and her track record is excellent. This initial confidence, this sada, is what gives you the willingness to take the medicine she prescribes. You don't yet understand the complex biochemistry of how the medicine works, but you trust the doctor and the process. Then, after a few days of taking the medicine, you notice a small change. Your fever has dropped slightly. You have a little more energy. This tiny, direct experience validates your initial trust. Your confidence deepens. You continue the treatment with even more conviction. And as your health improves, your trust in the physician and her methods transforms into an unshakable, experiential certainty. This is precisely how faith works on the Buddhist path. It is a virtuous cycle. Provisional trust leads to dedicated practice, which leads to direct experience, which in turn deepens our confidence. This confidence is traditionally placed in what are known as the three jewels, or the triple gem, which provide a structure and focus for our trust. The first jewel is the Buddha. This is not faith in a god or a worship of the historical man, Siddhartha Gautama. It is confidence in the potential for awakening itself. The Buddha is the ultimate proof of concept. He was a human being who, through his own effort, completely purified his mind and freed himself from all suffering. Faith in the Buddha is faith that this same potential for supreme wisdom, boundless compassion, and unshakable peace, this Buddha nature exists as a seed within our own hearts. It is confidence in our destination. The second jewel is the Dharma. This is confidence in the teachings and the universal laws they describe. It is the trust that the Buddha's diagnosis of our condition, the reality of dukkha and its cause in tanha, is accurate. It is the confidence that the nature of reality truly is impermanent and interconnected, and it is the trust that the prescription, the Noble Eightfold Path, is the effective and unfailing remedy for our suffering. Faith in the Dharma is confidence in the map and the compass that the great physician has given us. The third jewel is the Sangha. This is confidence in the community of fellow travelers on the path. This journey can be long and arduous, and it is not meant to be walked alone. The Sangha is the community of practitioners, both lay and monastic, who inspire, support, and challenge us when we see others putting the teachings into practice, when we hear their stories of transformation, when we feel their support in moments of our own doubt. It gives us the strength to continue. Faith in the Sangha is the trust we place in our fellow travelers, the knowledge that we are part of a caravan crossing the desert together. How, then, do we cultivate this confident trust in our own lives? It is not something we can force. You cannot command yourself to have faith, but you can create the fertile ground in which it naturally arises. The first step is to study and reflect upon the teachings, just as we are doing now. Don't accept them passively, question them, investigate them, turn them over in your mind. Does the teaching of impermanence align with your own life experience? Can you see the mechanism of craving and suffering in your own mind? This intellectual inquiry builds the foundation of reasoned trust. But this is not enough. The most crucial step is to put the teachings into practice. You cannot learn to swim by simply reading about hydrodynamics. You must get into the water, commit to a regular, even if very short, period of meditation each day. Make an effort to practice mindfulness as you go about your daily activities. Then, you must learn to look for the evidence. Pay close attention to your own inner world. After a few weeks of practice, you might notice that you were able to pause for a split second before reacting in anger to a frustrating situation. That is the fruit of the path. You might experience a moment of genuine, uncaused peace during your meditation. That is the fruit. You might find yourself feeling a spontaneous sense of kindness towards someone you previously found difficult. That is the fruit. These small, tangible results are the verification of the Dharma in your own life. They are the moments when the patient realizes the medicine is working. It is these direct, personal experiences that transform the fragile flower of provisional trust into the mighty, deep-rooted tree of unshakable confidence. This saddha is the heartwood of our practice. It is the quality that gives us the resilience to persevere through the inevitable periods of difficulty and doubt. There will be times when our meditation feels dry, when our progress seems to have stalled, when the old, unskillful habits feel overwhelmingly strong. In these moments, we can lean on our well-earned confidence. We trust the map. Even when the path ahead is shrouded in fog, we trust the process, knowing that millions have walked this very path before us and have reached the other shore. We have now laid the complete foundation for our journey of letting go. We have the map that shows us the terrain, right understanding. We have grasped the law of the land, karma. We have a skillful way to travel. The middle way, we have glimpsed the nature of our ultimate destination, the freedom of emptiness. And now, we have the fuel for our journey. The confident trust of saddha. The intellectual and spiritual groundwork is complete. We are fully prepared to move from the realm of theory into the heart of practice. Our next steps will take us from the what and the why to the direct, experiential how. We will begin to pick up and learn to use the practical tools that calm the mind, sharpen our awareness, and allow us to gently dismantle the architecture of our suffering, piece by piece. And we will begin with the most fundamental, most powerful, and most universally accessible tool. We possess the simple, profound, and ever-present anchor of our own breath. We have spoken at length about the architecture of our unease, the subtle prisons we build from attachment and illusion. But talk alone does not open the door to find our way out. We need more than a map. We need a tool, a key, something so simple and so profound that it can be used in any moment, in any place. We need an anchor. Imagine your mind is a vast, open ocean. For much of your life, it has been subjected to relentless weather. The winds of worry push it one way, The currents of desire pull it another. Storms of anger, grief, and fear arise without warning, creating towering waves that threaten to capsize your vessel. You feel tossed about, helpless against these powerful forces, desperately trying to steer towards a calm harbor you can't even see. This is the state of the untrained mind. A boat without an anchor in a perpetual storm. But what if you possessed an anchor? One that was always with you, waiting to be used. An anchor so fundamental, so reliable, that it could hold you steady even in the most turbulent waters. That anchor exists. It is your own breath. This is the heart of a practice called anapanasati, which simply means mindfulness of breathing. It is the cornerstone upon which the entire palace of meditation is built. A technique so essential that the Buddha himself praised it as a direct path to purification and liberation. The beauty of the breath is its utter simplicity and its constant presence. From the moment you are born to the moment you die, it is your unfailing companion. You perform this act roughly 20,000 times a day. Yet how many of those breaths are you truly aware of? We are going to change that. Not through force, but through gentle, curious attention. Let's explore this together. Not as a complex theory, but as a direct experience. You don't need to be in a special room or sitting on a cushion. You can do this right now. Wherever you are, simply bring your attention to the feeling of the breath entering and leaving your body. That is all. There is no need to change it, to deepen it, to control it, or to make it more spiritual. Your only task is to become the silent observer of a natural process. You might notice the sensation at the tip of your nostrils, a subtle coolness as the air flows in, a gentle warmth as it flows out, or perhaps you feel it more in the chest, the slight expansion and contraction, or maybe you notice it in your abdomen, the soft rise and fall. Choose one spot and let your attention rest there. As gently as a butterfly landing on a flower, there is no goal to achieve, no perfect state of stillness to attain. The instruction is simply to know. When the breath is long, you simply know this is a long breath. When it is short, you know this is a short breath. You are not judging it. You are not wishing it were different. You are simply meeting the raw, unfiltered reality of this present moment, just as it is. In the beginning, this may feel strange, even a little boring. The mind, accustomed to constant stimulation and drama, will rebel. It will say, "This is pointless. I have important things to think about." And it will wander. It will drift into planning the future, replaying the past, worrying about a conversation, or creating a fantasy. This is not a failure. This is not a mistake. This is simply what minds do. The wandering of the mind is a crucial part of the practice itself. Here lies the most important instruction in all of meditation. The moment you realize your mind has wandered, you have already succeeded. That moment of realizing, of waking up from the dream of thought, is a moment of pure mindfulness. In that instant, there is no judgment, no frustration, no sigh of disappointment. There is only a gentle recognition, a quiet, "Ah," The mind has been thinking, and then, with the kindness you would show to a small puppy that has strayed, you gently, patiently, and lovingly escort your attention back to the anchor of the breath. You will do this 10 times. You will do this 100 times. You will do this 1,000 times. This is the practice. It is not about keeping the mind on the breath. It is about the gentle, persistent, and compassionate act of returning over and over again. Each return is a victory. Each return strengthens the muscle of mindfulness and rewires your brain for peace. As you continue this simple practice, you begin to see that the breath is not just an anchor, it is a profound teacher. It is a living, breathing demonstration of the most fundamental law of existence, impermanence, or anicca. Watch closely. An in-breath arises from nothing. It exists for a few moments, and then it dissolves, making way for the out-breath. The out-breath arises, sustains itself, and then it too vanishes. You cannot hold on to an in-breath to prolong the pleasure of oxygen. You cannot stop an out-breath to avoid the feeling of emptiness. The breath is a constant, flowing river of change, happening right inside your own body. By observing this simple, intimate process, you are no longer just thinking about the philosophical concept of impermanence. You are feeling it. You are experiencing the truth that everything arises and passes away. This direct, cellular understanding begins to loosen the grip of attachment. Why cling so tightly to a feeling, a person, or a possession when you can see in your own breath that the nature of all things is to change and dissolve? This practice does more than just teach you philosophy. It fundamentally changes your relationship with your own life. The regular, dedicated act of returning to the breath creates a precious space. It's a space between the stimulus of the world and your habitual, often destructive, response. Someone says a harsh word to you. The old pattern might be an immediate flash of anger, a defensive retort, a knot of resentment that lasts for hours. But with the anchor of the breath, something new becomes possible. The harsh word arrives, and because you've trained your mind, you can feel the initial spark of anger arise, but you don't have to become the fire. You can drop the anchor. You take one conscious breath, in and out. In that tiny pause, that sacred space you have cultivated, wisdom can arise. You have a choice. You can choose not to pour fuel on the fire. You can choose a response that is calm, clear, and compassionate. This is not suppression. It is transformation. You are no longer a slave to the storms of emotion. You are the calm sailor at the center of the storm, held steady by your anchor. The benefits ripple outwards into every corner of your life. Scientifically, we know that this practice calms the sympathetic nervous system, our fight or flight response, and activates the parasympathetic nervous system, our rest and digest state. It reduces the stress hormone cortisol, lowers blood pressure, and improves focus and memory. But beyond the clinical benefits lies a deeper, more profound shift. You begin to find a sense of home within yourself. The frantic search for peace and security in the external world, in relationships, in success, in possessions begins to subside, you realize that the calm harbor you have been seeking is not over the horizon. It has been within you all along. The breath is the gateway to that inner refuge. Think again of the sailor. When the storm hits, he does not fight the waves. He does not curse the wind. He does not try to hold the boat perfectly still. He knows that is impossible. He performs one simple, skillful action. He lets go of the anchor. And then he trusts it. The boat still rocks. The rain still falls. The wind still howls. But the vessel is no longer lost. It is no longer at the mercy of the elements. It is grounded. It is secure. This is the power of anapanasati. It does not eliminate the storms of life, but it gives you the unshakable stability to navigate them with grace, wisdom, and peace. It is the first and most vital tool for letting go, because in every conscious breath, you are practicing a micro letting go. You let go of the last breath, and you trust the next one will come. You let go of your thoughts, and you return to the simplicity of the present. With this anchor firmly in our grasp, we have found our stable ground. From this place of groundedness, we can now begin to expand our awareness, to look more deeply into the nature of our experience. The breath has shown us the way. It has brought us home. And from this home, we can begin to truly see, having found our anchor in the breath, we have established a place of refuge, a stable ground amidst the storms of life. But an anchor's purpose is not merely to keep a ship locked in one position forever. Its purpose is to provide safety so that the captain can calmly and clearly observe the sea, the sky, and the weather, and then navigate with wisdom. Now that we are anchored, we can begin this act of clear observation. We can lift our gaze from the single point of the breath and gently expand our awareness to include the entire ocean of our experience. This expansion, this art of seeing clearly, is called Changnyam, or mindfulness. It is the energy of being truly present, the capacity to watch the endless parade of thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they arise and pass away, without being captured and carried off by them. To understand mindfulness, it is crucial to first understand what it is not. Our normal state of mind is one of distraction, a constant inner monologue of commentary, judgment, and analysis. We are rarely ever where we are. When we are eating, we are thinking about work. When we are at work, we are dreaming of vacation. When we are on vacation, we are worrying about the emails piling up. We are thinking about our lives, but we are not truly living them. Mindfulness is the radical and revolutionary act of dropping the commentary and simply experiencing life directly. It is the shift from thinking about the present moment to inhabiting it fully. It's the difference between reading the description of a mango on a menu and actually tasting the sweet, vibrant, juicy flesh of the fruit itself. One is a concept, an idea. The other is a living, direct experience. Mindfulness is the art of tasting your life, moment by moment. The most powerful metaphor for understanding this practice is to imagine yourself sitting peacefully on the bank of a great river. This river is your mind, and the water flowing by is the stream of your consciousness. Everything you could possibly experience is in that river. A plan for tomorrow floats by like a smooth, straight stick. A memory from childhood appears like a beautiful, sun-dappled stone. A surge of anxiety is a patch of turbulent, murky water. A feeling of joy is a brightly colored leaf. Dancing on the surface, our lifelong habit has been to live in the river the moment a particular thought or feeling appears. We jump in after it. If it's a pleasant thought, we try to grab it and hold it. If it's a painful memory, we desperately try to push it away, wrestling with it in the current. Either way, we are soaked, we are struggling, and we are being carried downstream, far from the peace of the present moment. Mindfulness is the simple, yet profound, act of stepping out of the river and taking a seat on the bank. From this new vantage point, your job is not to stop the river, control it, or change its contents. Your job is simply to watch. You watch the thoughts, feelings, and sensations arise, float by, and pass away, all on their own. You see the stick of planning, and you simply note, planning. You see the stone of memory, and you note, remembering. You see the turbulent water of anxiety, and you acknowledge, anxiety is here. You see the bright leaf of joy, and you smile, noting, joy is here. You don't jump in. You don't interfere. You remain on the bank, observing the entire flow with a calm, steady, and impartial gaze. This brings us to the most essential quality of the observer on the riverbank: non-judgment. This is the heart of mindfulness. The awareness you cultivate is not a cold, clinical, scientific observation. It is a warm, spacious, and deeply accepting presence. You treat every single thing that arises in your mind as an honored guest. Imagine your mind is a guest house. When a guest named anger arrives, you don't slam the door in his face. You don't scream at him to leave. That would only cause a fight in the doorway. Instead, you practice a kind of radical hospitality. You open the door and say, "Ah, Anna, I see you are here. Welcome. Come in and sit for a while." You don't have to serve it tea or agree with its stories. You simply allow it to be there, within the vast, open space of your awareness. And what you discover is a miracle. When you stop fighting with your anger, when you stop judging yourself for feeling it, and instead just allow it to be, it loses its power. It might sit for a little while, but eventually, seeing that it is not being fed by your resistance or identification, it will get up and leave on its own. This is true for all our inner guests: sadness, fear, jealousy, even joy. What we resist persists. What we meet with gentle, non-judgmental awareness is allowed to complete its natural life cycle and pass away. By practicing this art of non-judgmental observation, you create that sacred space we have spoken of, the space between stimulus and response. The space is between the leaf floating on the river and your decision to jump in after it. In that space lies your freedom. You begin to have a profound realization. You are not the river. You are not the thoughts. You are not the feelings. You are not the sensations. You are the vast, silent, unchanging awareness in which all of these things are happening. You are the sky, and the thoughts and feelings are merely clouds passing through. Some are dark and stormy. Some are white and fluffy. But none of them can ever harm or stain the essential nature of the sky. This realization is the breaking of a spell. You are no longer a victim of your own mind. You are the master of the guest house, not a prisoner in one of its rooms. The true power of this practice is revealed when you carry it off the meditation cushion and into your life. The world becomes your monastery. Every moment becomes an opportunity to be mindful. You can practice mindful eating. Instead of mindlessly consuming food while watching a screen, you can bring your full attention to the meal. Notice the colors, the smells, the textures as you take a bite. Taste it fully. Feel the sensation of chewing. Turn the simple act of eating into a rich, sensual meditation. You can practice mindful walking. Feel the solid earth beneath your feet with each step. Notice the subtle movements of your body, the feeling of the air on your skin. Walk not with the goal of arriving somewhere, but with the simple intention of being present with each step. You can transform the most mundane chores into profound practices. When you wash the dishes, just wash the dishes. Feel the warmth of the water on your hands. Hear the sound of the plates clinking together. Notice the smoothness of the soap. In that moment, the universe is fully present in your kitchen sink. By sprinkling these moments of mindfulness throughout your day, you are weaving a thread of peace and presence into the fabric of your life. You are training yourself, again and again, to come out of the noisy world of thought and back into the quiet, vibrant reality of the present. As you sit on your riverbank, watching the contents of your mind flow by, you will inevitably start to notice recurring patterns. You will see, with startling clarity, just how often the mind grasps and clings. You will see it reaching for pleasure, pushing away pain, replaying old hurts, and worrying about future threats. You will become intimately familiar with the very mechanisms of suffering we have discussed. And when you see this, the first reaction might be one of self-criticism. Look at my mind. It's a mess. I'm still so attached. I'm not doing this right. This is a critical moment in the journey. To see your own clinging is not a sign of failure. It is a sign of profound success. You are finally seeing the truth. But seeing is not enough. To look upon these deeply ingrained, painful patterns with judgment and harshness will only create more suffering. What is needed now is not a sharper eye, but a softer heart to truly heal. We must learn to look upon our own clinging, our own fear, our own imperfection, with the boundless warmth of compassion. And so, the art of observation naturally leads us to the practice of the heart, the cultivation of loving kindness for the struggling soul that we find within as we sit on the quiet bank of the river of our mind, watching the endless flow of thoughts and feelings. A profound clarity begins to emerge. For the first time, we see with undeniable certainty the patterns of our own unease. We see the mind's desperate grasping for pleasure, its fearful recoiling from pain, We see the subtle threads of attachment that weave themselves through our relationships, our ambitions, and our very sense of self. To witness this inner machinery so clearly is a monumental step, but it often comes with a shadow, the inner critic, that harsh judge who has been our companion for so long, can seize this new awareness and turn it into a weapon against us. We see our clinging and we call ourselves weak. We see our fear and we call ourselves cowards. We see our anger and we call ourselves unspiritual. This self-judgment is the second arrow we shoot into ourselves. A layer of suffering laid upon the suffering that already exists. This is why mindfulness, the clear seeing, must be balanced by a quality of the heart. The essential antidote to the poison of self-judgment is compassion, specifically karuna, the tender, trembling wish for suffering to be eased, directed first and foremost towards ourselves. Before we can cultivate this quality, we must understand what it is and what it is not. Compassion is not self-pity. Self-pity is a small, sticky, and isolating state. It says, "Pour me," and wraps itself in the story of its own victimhood, shrinking the world down to the size of its personal grievance. Self-pity feels heavy and stagnant, like being trapped in a swamp. Compassion, however, is spacious, warm, and connecting. It does not say "poor me," but rather, there is suffering here. It is the courageous and tender acknowledgement of pain, coupled with the gentle, active wish for that pain to be healed. Compassion doesn't get stuck in the story. It holds the raw feeling with kindness. It is the difference between wallowing in the mud and extending a warm, clean hand to help someone who has fallen. And in this practice, that someone is you. To cultivate this warm and gentle quality, we turn to a practice known as metta, or loving kindness meditation. It is a systematic way of softening the heart and planting the seeds of unconditional love. And its radical first step is to offer this gift to ourselves. For many of us, this is the most difficult step of all. We find it easier to feel love for a friend, a child, or even a pet than to direct that same warmth inward. So we must be patient. Find a comfortable position. Let your body relax and bring a gentle attention to the area around your physical heart. Allow your breath to be soft and natural. Then, silently, gently, begin to offer yourself phrases of loving kindness. The traditional phrases are a beautiful starting point. May I be safe. May I be healthy. May I be happy. May I live with ease. It is important to understand that you are not trying to force yourself to feel these things. You are not creating an affirmation to paper over your true feelings. You are simply planting a seed. You are offering a gentle wish. The words are like the finger pointing to the moon. The feeling behind them is the moon itself. As you repeat the phrases, see if you can connect with the sincere intention behind them. If it helps, you can bring to mind an image of yourself as a small, innocent child and direct these wishes toward that child. Or perhaps you can recall the feeling of deep, uncomplicated love you have felt for another being, and then gently try to turn that same quality of loving warmth toward your own heart. For some, the phrases may not resonate. In that case, you can simply hold the intention of kindness, bathing yourself in a feeling of warmth, of golden light, of acceptance. As you do this, you may encounter resistance. The inner critic may say, "You don't deserve this. This is selfish. This is fake." If this happens, do not fight it. That resistance is also a part of your suffering. Can you extend compassion even to the part of you that finds it hard to receive compassion? Can you offer a gentle wish to that critical voice? May you also be free from suffering. You simply hold the resistance in the same spacious, loving awareness. You are building a heart big enough to hold all of it. The light and the dark, the ease and the struggle. This is the practice, a gentle, persistent return to the intention of kindness. Holding whatever arises with a patient and forgiving heart. This practice of self-compassion is made easier when we reframe our understanding of our own clinging. We have been taught to see attachment as a personal flaw, a moral failing. But from a Buddhist perspective, this is not true. Clinging is not a sign that you are bad or broken. It is a sign that you are human. We cling because we are afraid. We cling because we feel an inner sense of lack. We cling because we have a deep, universal longing to be safe, to be happy, and to be free from pain. Our attachments are simply a misguided strategy to achieve this. The mind, in its confusion, believes that by grasping onto this person, this possession, this identity, it will find lasting security. The clinging is a symptom of a deep thirst. To judge and condemn ourselves for being thirsty is both cruel and unhelpful. When we can see our own attachment not as a monster to be slain, but as a frightened child seeking comfort, our entire orientation shifts. We can look upon our own grasping mind with tenderness and say, "I see you. I see how much you are hurting. I see how much you want to be happy. May you be at peace." There is a beautiful story that illustrates this principle perfectly. A young woman named Kisa Gotami lost her only child, and in her overwhelming grief, she refused to accept his death. She carried his small body through her village, going from door to door, begging for medicine that could bring him back to life. People pitied her, thinking she had gone mad. Finally, someone directed her to the Buddha. When she approached him, frantic with her impossible request, he did not lecture her on the truth of impermanence. He did not dismiss her pain or tell her to simply accept reality. He met her exactly where she was, with a heart of boundless compassion. He looked at her and said, "There is only one medicine that can help your son, but to make it, I need an ingredient. I need you to bring me a single mustard seed from a house where no child, no parent, no spouse, no friend has ever died." Filled with a desperate hope, Kisagotami began her search. She went to the first house, and the family was happy to give her a mustard seed. But when she asked if anyone had ever died there, they said, "The living are few, but the dead are many. We lost our father just last year." She went to the next house, and the next, and the next. In every home, she heard the same story. One had lost a sister, another a husband, another a baby. As the day wore on, her personal, isolating agony began to transform. She realized that her pain was not hers alone. It was the shared, universal experience of all human beings. Her heart broke open, not with grief for just her son, but with a vast, compassionate grief for all living things, subject to loss. In that moment of shared understanding, she was able to let go. The Buddha's compassionate method did not shield her from the truth. It created a safe and loving space for her to discover it for herself. This is the power of compassion. It is the alchemical agent that can transmute the lead of our suffering into the gold of wisdom. Our attachment is a hard, frozen knot, born of fear. Compassion is the gentle, persistent warmth that thaws it. When you can meet your own insecurity, your own jealousy, your own craving with a loving and accepting presence, you are giving yourself the very safety and security you were desperately seeking from the outside world. The tight fist of the ego, warmed by the unwavering sun of your own kindness, begins to relax. The letting go is not a forceful act of will, but a natural, gentle unfolding. By creating this foundation of self-compassion, we build an inner refuge. We create a safe harbor where we can hold even the most intense and turbulent emotional storms. And having learned to be kind to the root of our suffering, our own clinging, we are now prepared to face its most powerful manifestations, the raw and overwhelming energies of fear, anger, and grief. With a heart softened by self-compassion, we create a safe inner space, a refuge where the truth of our experience can be held. This refuge is essential because life does not spare us from difficulty. The winds of change will blow, loss will arrive uninvited, and fear will knock at our door. The powerful, often overwhelming, energies of anger, grief, and fear are not signs that our practice has failed. They are an inevitable part of the human journey. The true test of our practice is not whether we can prevent these emotional storms from arising, but how we choose to meet them when they do. For generations, we have been taught two primary strategies for dealing with difficult emotions, both of which lead to more suffering. The first is repression. We are told to be strong, to push it down, to not be so sensitive. So we take our anger, our sadness, our fear, and we shove it into the basement of our consciousness, locking the door behind it. But these emotions are living energies. They do not die in the dark. They fester, they mutate. Trying to repress an emotion is like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. It takes a tremendous amount of constant, exhausting effort. And the moment our vigilance slips, the emotion shoots to the surface with even greater, more unpredictable force, often manifesting as chronic anxiety, depression, or even physical illness. The second failed strategy is unrestrained expression. In this model, we believe that any feeling we have is valid and must be acted upon. We become the emotion, anger arises, and we become a vessel of rage, spewing hurtful words and performing destructive actions, fear arises, and we become paralyzed by it. Our world shrinking to the size of our anxiety. Grief arises, and we become lost in an ocean of despair. Identifying completely with the story of our loss, while this may feel like a temporary release, it is deeply harmful. We damage our relationships. We create negative karmic patterns, and we strengthen the very neural pathways that make it easier for that emotion to hijack us in the future. Both repression and unrestrained expression are dead ends. One poisons us from within. The other poisons the world around us. The path of wisdom, the middle way, offers a third option. It is not about controlling emotions, but about relating to them with mindful, compassionate awareness. It is the art of embracing them, of holding them, and allowing them to transform. This transformative process can be understood as a simple 4-step practice. You can use this for any emotion, from a mild irritation to a profound sorrow. Let's take the fiery energy of anger as our example. The first step is to recognize. The moment you feel the heat of anger begin to rise, you simply and silently name it to yourself: anger. Anger is here. This single word is an act of mindfulness. It immediately creates a sliver of space. You are no longer consumed by the anger. You are the one who is aware of the anger. You have already stepped out of the river and onto the bank. The second step is to accept. You stop fighting with reality. Instead of thinking, "I shouldn't be feeling this," you give the feeling permission to exist. This is where your self-compassion practice becomes crucial. You might say to yourself, "It's okay. There is anger here right now. Let me be with it." You are not condoning any harmful action. You are simply acknowledging the raw energy that is present in your body and mind. You stop shooting the second arrow of self-judgment. The third step is to investigate. This is not a deep, intellectual analysis. It is a gentle, embodied curiosity. You bring your attention to the anger as a physical sensation. Where is it in your body? Is it a tightness in your chest, a burning in your stomach, a clenched jaw, a pressure behind your eyes? You simply observe these physical manifestations without needing to change them. You can also gently ask, what does this anger want? What is it protecting? Often, beneath anger lies a feeling of hurt, of fear, or a sense of injustice. You are not looking for a story to believe, but simply to understand the texture and the origin of the energy. The fourth and most profound step is to embrace, sometimes called non-identification. You hold the feeling in a spacious, loving awareness. You use your breath as an instrument of compassion. You can imagine your in-breath gathering the physical sensations of the anger, and your out-breath softening and holding them. Like a mother holding a crying baby. You are not trying to get rid of the anger. You are not trying to fix it. You are offering it the most powerful healing balm in the universe, your own unconditional, loving presence. You are being with your pain without being defined by it. You realize that this anger is just a cloud passing through the vast sky of your mind. You are the sky, not the cloud. The cloud is temporary weather. You are the boundless space in which all weather occurs. There is a powerful story from the life of the Buddha that perfectly illustrates this principle. The being known as Mara is the personification of all the forces that oppose enlightenment: fear, doubt, desire, distraction, all the demons of our own mind. On many occasions, Mara would appear to the Buddha to tempt or frighten him. The Buddha's disciples, upon seeing Mara, would try to fight him, to perform rituals to exorcise him, to shout and chase him away. But this only seemed to make Mara stronger and more persistent. The Buddha, however, chose a different path. One evening, as he sat in meditation, he sensed Mara's arrival. Instead of preparing for battle, the Buddha simply acknowledged him, saying with a calm and steady voice, "I see you." Mara, he did not engage. He did not fight. He did not run. He simply recognized the presence of the tempter with clear, unshakable mindfulness. Then he went a step further. He invited the demon to sit with him, to have tea. He offered his own enemy a cushion. Mara, the great tempter, was baffled. His power came from being a shadowy, terrifying force that lives in our resistance and our fear. When he was brought into the light, when he was seen, acknowledged, and even welcomed without fear, his power dissolved. Having been seen, having been accepted into awareness, there was nothing left for him to do, and he vanished. Your deepest fears, your most volcanic rage, your most profound sorrows, these are your Mara. Your lifelong habit has been to either fight them, giving them your energy, or to run from them, allowing them to chase you. The path of liberation is to learn to invite Mara to tea. It is the practice of turning towards your own demons with a calm fearlessness and saying, "I see you. I will not be your slave, but I will not be your enemy either. Sit. Let me be with you until you are ready to go." When you can sit with your own anger without becoming it, you discover its hidden message. The raw energy of anger is often a signal that a boundary has been violated or that a great injustice has occurred. Held in mindful awareness, that fiery, destructive energy can be transformed. The energy that says, "I hate this," can become the compassionate fuel for the thought, "This suffering must not continue." The blind rage that would burn down a village can be channeled into the focused, tireless, and sustainable energy of compassionate action that works to build a better world. The fire of anger, when taken from the hands of the ego and placed in the heart of wisdom, is no longer an agent of destruction, but a tool of profound transformation. This inner alchemy, this willingness to be with and transform our own suffering, is one of the deepest forms of generosity we can practice. And it is this inner generosity that paves the way for the outer practice, the simple, powerful act of giving, which directly severs the roots of our clinging, having learned to hold our own inner world with the generosity of a compassionate heart. We begin to notice a natural shift. The warmth we cultivate within starts to seek expression without the practice of internal letting go, releasing our identification with painful emotions, creates a spaciousness that yearns to be shared. This is the natural starting point for the practice of dana, the sublime and joyful art of generosity. In the West, we often misunderstand generosity as a moral duty, a kind of spiritual tax we pay to be a good person, or a transactional exchange to earn good karma. But in the path of liberation, dana is understood in a much deeper way. It is not a duty, but a powerful and direct practice for freeing the mind. It is the active, physical embodiment of letting go. It is the most potent and direct antidote to the poison of greed, scarcity, and attachment, our default programming, reinforced by a lifetime of conditioning, is to grasp, to accumulate, to secure, and to identify with what we possess. The ego, our sense of a separate and solid self, builds its fortress out of the bricks of me and mine. The mind of attachment is a clenched fist, tightly holding onto possessions, ideas, time, and reputation. Every single act of generosity, no matter how humble, is the conscious practice of unclenching that fist. With each act of giving, we are performing a kind of surgery on our own mind. We are sending a profound message to the deepest parts of our being. I have enough. I am not lacking. My safety and happiness do not depend on clinging to this. Each offering, freely given, is a declaration of independence from the tyranny of craving. It is a moment of pure freedom, a taste of the liberation that comes when we are no longer defined by what we have, but by what we can lovingly release. The practice of dana is vast and accessible to every single person, at every moment, because it is not limited to the giving of money. The Buddha spoke of 3 primary types of generosity. The first is the one we are most familiar with, the giving of material things, amisadana. This includes offering food, clothing, shelter, or financial support. It is a beautiful and necessary practice that alleviates physical suffering, but even here, the true value of the gift lies not in its monetary worth, but in the quality of heart behind it. To give a small amount with great joy and a pure intention of letting go is infinitely more powerful than giving a large amount out of a sense of obligation or a desire for recognition. The act is about releasing our attachment to the object, and in doing so, finding a joy far greater than possession. The second and highest form of giving is the giving of the dana. This means the giving of truth, wisdom, and understanding that helps others liberate themselves. You do not need to be an enlightened master to practice this. When you share an insight that has helped you, when you recommend a book that has brought you peace, when you teach someone a skill that empowers them, when you listen with such presence that another person comes to their own profound understanding, you are practicing dhammadana. You are giving a gift that does not perish, a gift that can lead to the ultimate end of suffering. It is the gift of the path itself. The third type is perhaps the most subtle and beautiful, the giving of fearlessness, abhayadana. This is the gift of safety. We practice this when we use our strength to protect the vulnerable. We practice it when we speak out against injustice and create a safer world for others. We practice it in our daily interactions when we offer a calm, non-anxious presence to someone who is panicking, when you listen to a friend's fear without judgment, when you reassure a frightened child, when you simply create an atmosphere of peace and stability with your own groundedness. You are giving the precious gift of fearlessness. You are offering them a momentary refuge from the storms of their own mind. And there are few gifts more profound. The Buddha taught that the joy that arises from giving is a superior form of happiness, one that nourishes the mind and leads to ever deeper states of peace. This is not a fleeting pleasure like satisfying a craving. It is a wholesome, radiant joy that we can recall at any time to uplift our hearts. He spoke of the joy that arises in 3 phases. There is the joy before giving, which is the happiness that fills our mind when we form the intention to be generous. There is the joy during giving, the serene and clear-minded happiness that we experience in the very act of letting go and connecting with another. And there is the joy after giving, the warm and radiant afterglow that arises whenever we recollect our own generosity. This memory becomes a treasure, a source of light we can turn to in dark times. There is a famous story that perfectly illustrates that the power of a gift lies entirely in the heart's intention. During a great festival, wealthy kings, princes, and merchants were making extravagant offerings to the Buddha and his community of monks and nuns. They offered fine silks, precious jewels, and mountains of food. Watching from the edge of the crowd was a destitute old woman who owned nothing in the world. Her heart filled with a deep desire to also make an offering, but she had nothing to give. She spent the entire day begging in the streets, and by nightfall, she had managed to collect only 2 tiny copper coins, the smallest currency in the land. With a heart overflowing with joy, she took those 2 coins, her entire fortune, to an oil vendor. The vendor, seeing how little she had, told her it wasn't enough to buy any meaningful amount of oil, but she explained her pure intention to make an offering, and moved by her devotion, he gave her a tiny portion of oil, just enough to fill 1 small lamp. She took this lamp to the monastery and placed it among the hundreds of magnificent, ornate lamps lit by the kings. She made a silent, powerful wish: I have nothing else to give. May this tiny light burn through the night as a testament to my faith. That night, a fierce storm blew through, and one by one, it extinguished all the grand lamps of the wealthy patrons. But when morning came, the single, tiny lamp of the poor woman was still burning, its light clear and bright. The Buddha's disciple, Ananda, was astonished and asked for an explanation. The Buddha replied, "The kings and merchants gave from their vast surplus. Their gifts, though large, did not diminish their wealth and required no true letting go. This woman gave everything she had. She gave with a heart completely pure, free from any desire for reward or recognition. Her act of letting go was total. That is why the light of her offering is inextinguishable." This story teaches us that we all have the capacity to be the greatest of philanthropists. Every single day, the practice of dana is woven into the fabric of our moment-to-moment existence. When you put down your phone and give the gift of your complete, undivided attention to a person speaking to you, you are practicing profound generosity. When you give the gift of a genuine, warm smile to a stranger on the street, you are giving the gift of fearlessness. When you choose to let go of a grudge, to offer forgiveness to someone who has hurt you, you are practicing a form of giving that liberates you both. Give the gift of your time. Give the gift of a sincere compliment. Give the gift of a helping hand without expecting anything in return. Give the gift of your own calm in a moment of chaos. Each of these acts is a training in letting go. Each one is an unclenching of the fist of ego. By practicing generosity in these small, consistent ways, we are actively rewiring our minds. We are weakening the habit of clinging at its very root and nourishing the seeds of joy, connection, and freedom. This external practice of letting go builds the strength and wisdom we need to apply this principle to the most intimate and vital areas of our lives, to our relationships, our ambitions, and our journey through the great, unavoidable currents of change. Having practiced the art of letting go in our inner world and through the outer act of giving, we now arrive at the heart of the furnace, the arena where our attachments burn hottest and our suffering is most acute, our relationships with other human beings. In no other area of life is the teaching of detachment more necessary, and in no other area is it more profoundly misunderstood. To the mind conditioned by romantic ideals and biological imperatives, detachment sounds like the opposite of love. It sounds cold, aloof, indifferent. It evokes an image of a person who doesn't care, who holds back, who is afraid to connect. But this is a fundamental misreading of the truth. Wise detachment, as taught on the path of liberation, is not the absence of love. It is the very foundation of the purest, most unconditional, and most freeing love that is possible. The love that most of us experience is not love, but a transaction. It is a form of commerce, a contract of unspoken expectations. We enter into relationships not with a pure wish for the other's well-being, but with a deep-seated hope that the other person will finally fix the feeling of lack within us. We seek a partner to complete us, a friend to validate us, a child to give our life meaning. We say, "I love you," but what we often mean is, "I love the way you make me feel. I love the security you provide. I love that you distract me from my own loneliness. I need you to continue doing these things so that I can feel happy." This is not love. It is attachment, or upadana. It is a subtle form of violence, for it reduces a living, breathing, complex human being into an object, a utility for satisfying our own needs. This is the love that builds a cage. When our relationships are founded on this grasping, suffering is the inevitable result. Jealousy arises, which is nothing more than the raw fear of losing our prized possession. Anger and resentment flare up whenever the other person fails to follow the script we have written for them. When they fail to meet our endless expectations, anxiety becomes a constant hum beneath the surface, a perpetual need for reassurance that we are still loved, that they will not leave. And for the other person, this kind of love can feel suffocating, a heavy burden of responsibility for another's happiness. They cannot be themselves, for they are too busy playing a role in our personal drama. True love does not seek to possess, it seeks to liberate. Its goal is not to bind another to us, but to support them in their own journey toward freedom. The architecture of this liberating love is beautifully described in the 4 sublime states of mind known as the Brahma Viharas, or the 4 immeasurables. These are the qualities we cultivate to replace the poisons of attachment. The first is metta, or loving kindness. This is the simple, unconditional wish for another being to be happy. It is a radiant warmth that flows from your heart with no strings attached. It does not say, "I want you to be happy with me." It simply says, "I want you to be happy." It is a generous, expansive state that celebrates the other's joy wherever they may find it. It is the love that can watch a bird fly away and feel joy in its freedom, rather than sorrow in its departure. The second quality is karuna, or compassion. This is the heart's trembling response to the sight of suffering. When someone we love is in pain, attached love rushes in to fix it, often because their pain makes us uncomfortable. Compassionate love, however, has the strength to simply be with the other's suffering without trying to manipulate it. It offers a deep, empathetic presence. It trusts the other person's capacity to navigate their own journey, while offering unwavering support and a wish for their pain to be eased. It respects that their suffering is part of their own unique path, and it does not try to take that journey away from them. The third quality, and perhaps the most powerful antidote to possessiveness, is mudita, or sympathetic joy. This is the ability to feel genuine happiness at the success, good fortune, and happiness of others. This is the acid test of non-attached love. Can you celebrate your partner's promotion, even if it means they have less time for you? Can you feel joy when your friend finds a deep connection with someone else? Can you be happy for an ex-partner when they find new love? The grasping ego cannot do this. The ego sees the other's happiness as a threat or a competition, but a heart trained in mudita rejoices in happiness wherever it appears, understanding that joy is not a limited resource. To feel joy in another's joy is to break the chains of comparison and envy. Finally, there is upekkha, or equanimity. This is the crowning glory of the four, a state of profound balance, stability, and spaciousness. Equanimity is not indifference. It is a love so vast and strong that it can hold both joy and sorrow, gain and loss, praise and blame without being shaken. It is the wisdom that understands that all beings are the owners of their own karma. We can love them, support them, and wish them well, but we cannot control their choices or the outcomes of their lives. Upekkha is the quiet understanding that every relationship is impermanent. People will change, circumstances will shift, life will bring meetings and partings. Equanimity allows us to love with an open heart, fully and deeply, while simultaneously holding the reality of this impermanence. It is the love of an open hand, which allows the bird to land and rest, and also allows it to fly away when it must, without closing into a fist. The parent-child relationship is a perfect metaphor for this skillful love. A wise parent's ultimate goal is not to keep their child dependent and close forever. Their goal is to give the child two things: roots and wings. The roots are a deep sense of security, unconditional love, and belonging. This is metta and karuna. The wings are the freedom, confidence, and skills to fly out into the world and live their own life successfully. This is mudita and upekkha. A parent who truly loves their child rejoices on the day the child is ready to leave home, even though there is sadness in the parting. The love is measured not by how tightly they can hold on, but by how gracefully they can let go. We can think of ourselves as gardeners in the lives of those we love. An unskilled gardener tries to force a plant to grow, tying it to a stake, pulling on its leaves, yelling at it to bloom. This only damages the plant. A wise gardener does not try to control the flower. Instead, they focus on creating the best possible conditions for it to flourish. They provide rich soil, the right amount of water and sunlight, and they protect it from harm. And then they step back. They allow the flower to become what it is meant to become, in its own time, in its own way. To love another person is to be a wise gardener. It is to offer them the nourishment of our kindness, compassion, and joy, and then to give them the space to be themselves, trusting in their own unfolding. The paradox of love is that the more we grasp, the more we push it away. The more we try to control another, the more we kill the very spontaneity and freedom that made us love them in the first place. But the moment we are willing to love without possessing, to care without demanding, to be a stable presence without being a cage, we create the only conditions under which a true, authentic, and lasting connection can blossom. Having learned to love with an open hand, to care for others without needing to possess them, we must now apply this profound wisdom to another great source of our suffering, our own ambitions and efforts. We live in a world that glorifies the goal, that worships the result. From childhood, we are taught to keep our eyes on the prize, to hustle, to strive, to do whatever it takes to reach the finish line. Our sense of self-worth becomes inextricably linked to our achievements. This creates a painful paradox. The very things we pursue in order to be happy are the source of our deepest anxiety. We are taught to pour all our energy into a future outcome, a future that is uncertain and beyond our control. The path of wisdom offers a revolutionary alternative, a way to engage with our goals with immense energy and dedication, yet remain free from the corrosive anxiety of attachment. This is the art of effort without striving. To understand this art, we must first diagnose the disease of striving. When you are attached to the outcome of your efforts, your happiness is perpetually held hostage. The entire process of working towards your goal becomes a minefield of stress. The journey is not a place to be enjoyed, but a necessary evil to be endured. On the way to the prize, you are constantly haunted by the fear of failure. What if I don't get the promotion? What if the business fails? What if I don't get the recognition I deserve? This fear drains your energy, stifles your creativity, and makes you impatient, tempting you to cut corners and compromise your integrity. Your entire being is fixated on a point in the future, and so you are never truly present for the work itself. Then, one of two things happens. If you fail to achieve your goal, the result is devastation. Because your identity was fused with the outcome, its failure feels like a fundamental failure of yourself. But a more subtle tragedy occurs. Even if you succeed, you reach the summit, you get the prize, you win the acclaim. For a moment, there is elation, a rush of relief, but it is fleeting. The hedonic treadmill begins to turn, the satisfaction fades, and almost immediately, the mind latches onto a new, bigger goal, and the cycle of anxious striving begins all over again. You are trapped in a perpetual state of seeking, never arriving at a place of lasting peace. There is another way. Imagine two archers standing before a target. The first is a novice. His entire focus is on the bullseye. 100 yards away, His mind is filled with a desperate craving. I must hit it. I have to prove myself. His shoulders are tense. His breathing is shallow. His grip on the bow is a white-knuckled clench. His entire sense of self-worth is hanging in the balance, riding on the flight of a single arrow. When he finally releases the string, the motion is jerky, constricted by his anxiety. His happiness for the day will be determined solely by where that arrow lands. Now, look at the master archer standing beside him. She, too, is aware of the target. It gives her a direction, an orientation. But her focus is not there. Her focus is right here. Right now, in the process, she brings her full, mindful attention to the feeling of her feet. Solidly planted on the earth, she feels the smooth wood of the bow in her hand. With conscious deliberation, she draws the arrow from the quiver and knocks it to the string. A single, fluid motion. Her focus is on her posture, the alignment of her spine, the strength in her back. As she draws the bowstring, her attention is on her breath, feeling the tension build in the bow. A powerful, stored energy, her entire universe contracts to this single, perfect moment of action. The release is not a frantic, grasping act, but a graceful letting go. For the master archer, the art is not in hitting the target. The art is in the perfection of the process. Hitting the target is simply the natural, unavoidable consequence of a process executed with total mindfulness, impeccable form, and a calm, non-attached mind. The master embodies the principle of right effort, or Cheng Ting Den. She is not passive or lazy. She has dedicated countless hours to her craft, but her effort is skillful. It is directed toward the only thing she can truly control, the quality of her own actions in the present moment. She has a deep, intuitive understanding of karma. She knows that her responsibility is to create the best possible cause, a perfect stance, a steady aim, a clean release. This is the seed she plants. The result, the fruit of that seed, is subject to countless other conditions beyond her control. There may be a sudden, unseen gust of wind. The target might have a hidden flaw. To attach her inner peace to the arrow hitting the bullseye would be to make herself a slave to the wind. She does her part with absolute integrity, and then she trusts the process. She lets the arrow go, and she lets the outcome go with it. This is the true meaning behind the phrase. If it's meant for you, it will come. It is not a call for passivity. It is a call for skillful, dedicated action focused on the present, combined with a radical acceptance of our lack of control over the final result. The goal serves as a compass, not as the buried treasure where our happiness lies. Our happiness, our fulfillment, is found in the act of walking the path with awareness and care. You can become this master archer in your own life. If you are a writer, stop obsessing over bestseller lists and glowing reviews. Instead, fall in love with the sacred process of crafting one true sentence, and then another. Find your joy in the rhythm of the words, in the challenge of expressing an idea clearly. The book's success is the wind. The quality of your writing right now is your stance and your release. If you are an entrepreneur, release your attachment to a specific valuation or a glorious exit. Instead, pour your energy into the process of building a product with integrity, of creating a healthy and supportive culture for your team, of serving your customers with genuine care. Your fulfillment comes from the quality of your work today, not from a headline tomorrow. If you are a parent, let go of your attachment to your child becoming a specific kind of person. Focus on the daily, moment-to-moment process of loving them, listening to them, and providing a safe and compassionate presence in their life. Be a wise gardener, not a sculptor who forces the stone to their will. When you adopt this way of being, you are liberated. You are freed from the crushing weight of the future. You can pour your entire heart and soul into your work, not with the tense, anxious energy of striving, but with the joyful, focused, and powerful energy of creation. You become an artist of the present moment. The quality of your life is no longer measured by a list of achievements, but by the depth of presence and care you bring to each action. This profound ability to act with vigor while accepting the outcome is the foundation of equanimity, a peace that is tested most profoundly when we are called to face the greatest changes and losses of all. We have learned to approach our relationships and our ambitions with the grace of an open hand, practicing a love that liberates and an effort that is free from the anxiety of striving. But life will inevitably present us with situations that we did not choose, changes that feel more like invasions, and losses so profound they seem to tear a hole in the fabric of the universe. The death of a loved one, the diagnosis of a serious illness, the sudden loss of a career or a home. These are the great storms of human existence. They come for everyone. No amount of practice can make us immune to loss, and no wisdom can prevent the seasons from changing. It is in the face of these ultimate tests that we must cultivate the deepest and most resilient of all the heart's qualities, upekkha, or equanimity. The word equanimity can be easily misunderstood. To a heart steeped in grief, it can sound cold, distant, like a call for stoic indifference. It might feel like a demand to not care, to suppress the very real and valid pain of loss. But this is the absolute opposite of its true meaning. Indifference is a closed heart. It is a shield, a form of aversion, a refusal to feel in order to protect oneself. The heart of indifference is a hard, impenetrable stone. The heart of equanimity is vast, open, and as boundless as the sky. It is not the absence of feeling, but the capacity to feel everything: the soaring joy, the crushing sorrow, the searing pain, and not be thrown off balance. It is a love so strong and a wisdom so deep that it can hold the totality of the human experience without being shattered by it. Equanimity is the fruit that grows from the tree of wisdom when its roots have gone deep into the soil of reality. These roots are a profound, unshakable understanding of impermanence, anicca, and the intricate law of cause and effect, karma. After observing life clearly for long enough, the mind begins to see, not just as an idea but as a felt reality, that the nature of all things is to arise, change, and pass away. The seasons turn, the tides ebb and flow, joy arrives, and sorrow arrives. To fight this fundamental rhythm of the universe is the very definition of suffering. Equanimity is the moment the heart stops fighting. It is the moment of surrender, not in defeat, but in profound alignment with the truth of things as they are. Imagine a great, ancient tree standing alone on a mountainside. It has stood there for 1,000 years. It does not celebrate when the warm sun of spring shines upon it. Though it uses the light to grow, it does not become arrogant when the gentle rains nourish its roots. It simply receives. In the autumn, as its leaves turn to gold and fall to the earth, it does not grieve. It does not cling to the glories of the summer. It understands the necessity of letting go, of rest, of returning to the essential. It trusts the cycle. When the fierce winter storms come, with howling winds and heavy snow, the tree does not resist. It does not stand rigid and proud, for that would cause it to break. It yields. It bends. Its branches may sway violently. Some may even be lost, but its deep roots hold it firm to the earth. The storm is a part of life, not an enemy to be vanquished. This tree is the embodiment of equanimity. Its strength lies not in its rigidity, but in its profound resilience and its harmony with the changing seasons. Our practice is to become this tree when we are faced with a devastating loss. The path of equanimity does not ask us to pretend we are not in pain. The heart is broken. To deny the pain is a form of violence to ourselves. The first and most compassionate act is to allow the waves of grief to wash over us. We must let the tears flow. This is not a failure of practice. It is the practice. It is applying karuna, compassion, to our own wounded heart. The tree does not deny the storm. It feels the full force of the wind. We, too, must allow ourselves to feel the full force of our sorrow. But we do not have to become the sorrow. While one part of our mind feels the acute, personal pain of the loss, another part, cultivated through mindfulness, can hold a wider perspective. This is where we take refuge in the wisdom of impermanence. We can gently remind ourselves, this feeling of intense grief is real, but it is not permanent. It is a weather pattern. It will change. We are not invalidating the pain. We are simply framing it within the larger context of reality. The storm is fierce, but the sky that holds the storm is vaster still. In moments of overwhelming emotion, when the mind is spinning catastrophic stories, the most skillful action is to come back to the body. Bring your full attention to the physical sensation of your feet on the ground. Feel their solidity, their connection to the earth. This is your root system. Return to the simple, raw reality of the breath flowing in and out. The mind can travel to a terrifying future or a painful past, but the body and the breath are always, unfailingly, in the present moment. This provides an anchor of stability when the emotional waves threaten to pull you under. The heart of equanimity is spacious enough to hold opposites. It allows you to feel profound sadness and profound gratitude simultaneously. You can grieve the physical absence of a person while feeling immense gratitude for the love and the time you shared. One does not cancel out the other. You can feel fear about an uncertain future while also holding a quiet trust in your own capacity to meet whatever comes. You do not have to choose. A balanced heart can hold it all. It sees with what the Buddha called the vision of the double-edged arrow. It sees the pain of the situation, and it also sees the possibility for wisdom, for compassion, for growth that can arise from it. Equanimity is the ultimate peace, the unshakable freedom of a heart that has made its peace with reality. It is the quiet strength that allows us to walk through the fire of our greatest challenges and emerge not hardened, but with a heart that is even more open, tender, and compassionate than before. We learn that our security does not come from controlling life or preventing loss. Our true security comes from cultivating a mind that can find its balance in the midst of any circumstance. Having weathered the greatest storms, we come to realize that the frantic search for happiness through accumulating things on the outside is a fool's errand. We discover a deeper, more resilient wealth within. This realization naturally leads us to a new way of living, one that finds its joy not in having more, but in needing less. It leads us to the quiet, liberating beauty of simplicity. Having walked through the fires of loss and stood firm in the storms of change, we arrive at a place of profound insight. We have learned, through the harsh but effective teachings of life itself, that the external world cannot provide ultimate security. The fortress we tried to build with the bricks of success, the mortar of relationships, and the gilded gates of possessions has been revealed for what it is, a beautiful but fragile structure built upon the shifting sands of impermanence. To realize this is not a tragedy. It is the beginning of true freedom. When we finally stop searching for safety where it cannot be found, we are free to turn our gaze inward and discover a source of wealth that no storm can ever wash away. This pivot marks the beginning of our journey into the quiet, luminous joy of simplicity. It is the discovery that happiness is found not in the frantic pursuit of more, but in the graceful act of letting go of the unnecessary for our entire lives. We have been disciples of the cult of more. We are born into a civilization that whispers a single, seductive promise from every screen, and billboard happiness is just one more acquisition away, one more promotion, one more zero in the bank account, one more gadget, one more like on social media. We become like thirsty ghosts, forever drinking salt water to quench our thirst. We fill our homes with things we do not need. We fill our schedules with obligations that do not nourish us. And we fill our minds with desires that are never satisfied. This creates a state of deep spiritual poverty in the midst of unprecedented material abundance. We are drowning in possessions, yet we feel empty. The truth is, our possessions end up possessing us. They are not sources of freedom, but gilded cages. Each object we own requires a portion of our life energy, the energy to earn it, the energy to maintain it, the energy to ensure it, to clean it, to protect it, and most of all, the constant, low-grade mental energy spent worrying about losing it. This is not wealth. This is bondage. It is a life spent as the anxious curator of a museum of our own ego, a museum that we ourselves are trapped in. The path of liberation offers a radically different definition of wealth. True wealth is not measured by how much you have, but by how little you need. The ancient wisdom of Theoduk Trituk says it best to have few desires is to know true contentment. Imagine the freedom of a mind that is no longer constantly craving, no longer comparing, no longer feeling a sense of lack. That mind is truly rich. It is free from the exhausting burden of wanting. When you need nothing from the world, the entire universe becomes your home. You can enjoy beauty without needing to own it. You can appreciate success without needing to achieve it for yourself. You are no longer dependent on external conditions for your inner peace. This is the only security that is real, the only wealth that can never be taken from you. There is a timeless story that illuminates this truth with perfect clarity. A great king, famous throughout the lands for his immense power and the legendary treasures that filled his palace, heard tales of an old Zen master living a life of utter simplicity in a hut high in the mountains. The king, whose life was a constant whirl of state affairs, military campaigns, and managing his vast riches, was deeply intrigued. He decided to visit this master, perhaps to offer him some charity, perhaps simply to satisfy his curiosity about such a strange existence. He set off with a grand procession of guards and ministers, their fine silks and glittering jewels a stark contrast to the rugged mountain path. When they finally arrived, they found the master sitting peacefully outside his small, dilapidated hut. He wore a single, patched robe and was drinking water from a simple wooden bowl. Inside the hut, the king could see nothing but a straw mat for sleeping. The king, accustomed to being the center of any universe he entered, felt a mixture of pity and superiority. "Old man," he said, his voice laced with condescension, "your life is one of miserable poverty. I am a powerful king. I will take you back to my palace and shower you with riches. You will never want for anything again." The master looked up, and his eyes, clear and bright as the mountain sky, held no trace of envy or desire. He smiled gently. "Your Majesty," he replied, his voice calm and steady as a river. "You have it all wrong. It is you who are the poor one, and I who am truly rich." The king was taken aback. His pride stung. "What nonsense is this?" he boomed. "I have treasures beyond your wildest dreams. You have nothing but a dirty bowl and a torn robe. It is true." The master said, still smiling, "I have only a bowl, but since it is all I need, I am a very rich man. You, your Majesty, have a kingdom, yet you constantly seek to expand it. You have storehouses overflowing with gold, yet you lie awake at night, fearing thieves and assassins. You are surrounded by courtiers, yet you trust no one. Your mind is a whirlwind of craving for more and fear of loss. It is never at peace. Now tell me, who is the real prisoner here, who is truly poor?" The king stood in stunned silence. He looked at the master's face, which radiated a profound, unshakable peace he had never known. He looked at his own life, a life of constant striving, endless anxiety, and the heavy, crushing weight of his own possessions. In that moment, the king understood. The master, who possessed nothing, was the freest man in the world. The king, who possessed everything, was a slave. This story does not ask us all to become hermits in the mountains. It asks us to become kings of our own minds The practice of simplicity is a practice of conscious liberation. It begins by looking at our lives and asking, with radical honesty, what is truly essential. We can begin with the physical. The act of decluttering our homes is a profound spiritual practice. As we pick up each object, we can ask, does this truly nourish my life? Or is it a relic of a past I no longer need to cling to? Is it a source of joy or a source of burden? Letting go of an object is never just about the object itself. It is about letting go of the attachment, the story, the identity that has become fused with it. As you clear your physical space, you will find, miraculously, that you are also clearing your mental space. A simple, uncluttered home encourages a simple, uncluttered mind. The outer and inner worlds reflect each other. The joy of simplicity is the slow, dawning realization that you are already complete. Happiness was never hiding in the next purchase. Peace was never waiting at the top of the next career ladder. They were here all along, buried under the mountain of things we thought we needed to be happy. By bravely and patiently removing the non-essential, we uncover the luminous, peaceful, and joyful nature that has always been our birthright. This journey of stripping away, of returning to the essential, prepares us for the final, ultimate freedom, the experience of a mind completely unburdened, a mind that has finally come home to itself. We have journeyed far. We began by diagnosing the subtle fever of attachment that underlies so much of our discontent. We explored the profound truths of impermanence and the illusory nature of the self. We equipped ourselves with the essential tools of mindfulness and compassion. We learned to apply these tools to the complex arenas of our relationships and ambitions. We stood firm with equanimity in the face of life's greatest storms. And we discovered the quiet liberation in simplicity, clearing away the clutter both inside and out. And so we arrive at the final question, the question that has echoed through the hearts of seekers for millennia. Where does this path of letting go ultimately lead? What is the final destination? The answer is a state known in the ancient texts as nirvana, a word so weighted with myth that we must first strip it bare to see its true meaning. Nirvana is not a heavenly paradise you go to after you die. It is not a place of eternal bliss in the clouds. It is a psychological reality, a state of ultimate sanity that can be experienced right here, right now, in this very life. It is the final, beautiful, and peaceful destination of a mind that has learned to completely let go. To understand nirvana, we must look at the word itself. In the ancient Pali language, nibbana, or nirvana in Sanskrit, literally means to extinguish or to blow out, like snuffing a candle flame. This immediately begs the question, what is being extinguished? It is not your life. It is not your personality or your unique character. It is not the vibrant energy of existence. What is extinguished are the three fires that fuel all of our suffering. The Buddha, the great physician of the mind, identified these as the root cause of all our turmoil: the fire of greed, the fire of hatred, and the fire of delusion. Imagine your mind perpetually burning with these flames. The fire of greed, lobha, is the restless, burning ache of desire. the insatiable craving for more pleasure, more possessions, more validation. It is a hunger that can never be filled, and its flames lick at your peace, leaving you always feeling needy and incomplete. The fire of hatred or aversion dosa is the hot, searing flame of anger, resentment, and irritation. It is the violent pushing away of unpleasant experiences, a fire that burns you as you direct it at others. Finally, there is the fire of delusion moha, the thick, choking smoke of ignorance. This is the fundamental confusion of not seeing reality clearly, the delusion of believing that impermanent things can bring lasting happiness, the delusion of clinging to a solid self where there is only a fluid process. A life lived in the grip of these three fires is a life of agitation, of being burned, of constant, exhausting heat. Nirvana is the state of coolness, the profound peace and relief that comes when these three fires have been completely, utterly blown out. What does a mind free from these fires look like? It is an unburdened mind. Imagine a mind no longer shackled by the chains of attachment. It can experience the beauty of the world fully and deeply, but it does not cling. It can enjoy a delicious meal, a beautiful sunset, or a loving connection without the desperate grasping that says, "I need this to stay forever." It appreciates pleasure as a gift, not as a necessity, and so it is free from the fear of its passing. It is a mind that is no longer a prisoner of its own reactions. Through the consistent practice of mindfulness, a space has been created between stimulus and response. An insult is no longer an automatic trigger for anger. A loss is no longer an automatic trigger for despair. The mind can now respond to life's challenges with wisdom, patience, and compassion, rather than reacting from a place of old wounds and conditioned fear. It is a mind that has become like a perfectly clear and still lake. It reflects the sky, the trees, and the passing clouds perfectly, without distortion. It is not disturbed by what it reflects. Its own nature is one of profound stillness and clarity. This unshakable peace comes from a radical shift in our relationship with reality. All our suffering arises from a single, fundamental conflict, the friction between our desires and the way things actually are. We desire permanence in a world that is defined by impermanence. We desire absolute control in a universe governed by infinite, interconnected causes and conditions. We desire a solid, unchanging self in a reality that is a constantly flowing river. This constant rubbing of our desires against the grain of reality creates the heat of suffering. The unburdened mind has simply stopped fighting this battle. It has surrendered to the truth. It has aligned itself so perfectly with the flow of life that the friction disappears. It dances with impermanence instead of dreading it. It meets the unpredictable nature of life with a curious and open heart. It does not mean that life stops presenting painful or pleasant events. It means the mind no longer creates suffering around them. It meets pleasure with quiet gratitude, and it meets pain with gentle compassion. It has made peace with the world because it has made peace with the truth. The journey to this state can be summed up in a single, powerful image. Imagine a person who has been carrying a heavy, jagged boulder on their back since the day they were born. They believe that this is simply the human condition, that life is this burden. They have spent all their energy trying to make the burden more comfortable, padding it with the silk of worldly success, trying to balance it with relationships, distracting themselves from its weight with fleeting pleasures. The entire path we have explored is the process of first becoming mindful of this boulder. For the first time, you see its weight, its shape, its painful edges. You develop compassion for yourself, for the exhaustion of carrying it for so long. You investigate its nature and realize, with a shock, that the boulder is not actually a part of you. It is something you picked up. Every act of letting go of a grudge, of a desire, of an identity, of a fear, is like loosening your grip on this immense weight. Nirvana, the state of the unburdened mind, is the final, transformative moment when you simply, gently, and willingly put the boulder down. Can you imagine the feeling, the sudden, indescribable lightness, the feeling of a spine straightening for the first time, the rush of energy that is no longer being consumed by carrying the weight, the freedom of movement, the ability to run and dance and leap, the overwhelming sense of relief, of peace, of coming home to your natural state. This is the freedom that the path of letting go promises. It is not a distant dream or a myth for saints. The seed of this freedom is the very essence of your own awareness. The capacity for this boundless peace is your birthright. The entire journey is nothing more than the step-by-step process of putting down the unnecessary burdens we have carried for so long, so that we can finally experience the profound, simple, and liberating truth of who we have always been beneath them. Our journey together is now drawing to a close. We began in the shadows, feeling the tight, familiar grip of attachment, the subtle ache of clinging to a world that is forever changing. We walked through the architecture of our own suffering, seeing how the belief in a solid self and the resistance to impermanence created the very prisons we longed to escape. But we did not linger in the diagnosis. We found an ancient map, a path illuminated by wisdom that showed us the way out. We learned to use the simple, faithful anchor of the breath to ground ourselves in the present. We cultivated the clear-seeing eye of mindfulness, the warm heart of compassion, and the joyful, liberating practice of generosity. With these tools, we learned to love with an open hand, to work with a dedicated heart, and to face the inevitable storms of life with the resilient grace of an ancient tree. We cleared away the non-essential, discovering the deep peace of simplicity, until at last, we glimpsed the ultimate possibility, a mind completely at ease, a spirit that has finally set down its heavy burden. And so, we return to the words that sparked our exploration. If it's meant for you, it will come. We can see it now, not as a passive sigh of resignation, but as a profound statement of truth. It is the wisdom of the wise farmer, who knows he cannot force the seed to sprout, nor command the sun to shine. But he also knows that his role is not one of idleness. He must act with skillful effort. He prepares the soil. He plants the seed. He provides the water, and he protects the young sprout. Having done his part with diligence and care, he then lets go. He trusts the process. It will come is the natural harvest of a life lived in harmony with reality. It is the perfect, beautiful marriage of dedicated, skillful action and a serene, trusting surrender to the things we cannot control. Peace is not something you find by chasing it. Happiness is not a destination you arrive at. They are the natural fragrance of a mind that has planted the right seeds and has let go of the need to dictate the timing of the bloom. This path does not ask you to become a different person. It is not a journey of addition, but of subtraction. It is the gentle removal of all the fear, the conditioning, and the false beliefs that have obscured the luminous, peaceful, and loving nature that has been your birthright all along. You do not need to move to a distant land or achieve a superhuman state. The power to begin this journey, the power to change your entire world, exists within you at this very moment. It begins with the simplest, most accessible act of all, the choice to be fully present for a single, conscious breath. In that small space, in that quiet moment of returning home to yourself, lies the seed of all liberation, the strength to let go of the heavy burdens you have carried for so long. Is not in my voice, or in any book, or in any teaching. It has always been, and will always be, within you. It is waiting patiently in the stillness. It is waiting for you in your very next breath.